All right, should be good.
All right. We are live. Welcome to another exciting edition of DirtCon Games. This is Beneath Teeth of Stone, a Rohirric one-shot set in Adventures in Middle-earth 5e based. Hi, I'm Broken Nerdy. I have my co-DM, Horse Lore Mr. What is your official title, Jen?
I don't
Mistress
know.
of
I
Horse?
didn't make it.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Mistress of Horse.
Our Horse Girl TM. Before
too.
we get into things, thank everybody tuning in. But this isn't just a fun time to watch us all play in Middle Earth. This is also a charity stream, as we are all raising awareness for charities about ALS research. And as we all know, it's because of our buddy Dirk, who we love and who is here, and who hopefully we don't kill his PC like last night, which I felt bad about.
He might not be dead yet.
Yeah, true. Oh yeah, actually, based on the lore from last night, they're still fighting forever. But yeah, so hopefully here to watch, laugh, donate. We don't have anything set up exactly like for Extra Life, but you know what? If you have me on Discord or somewhere and you make a donation and you text me a screenshot of it, tell me what you want me to do to these people and I'll figure it out. We're good with on the fly. But yeah, let's get started. Do you all want to introduce yourselves in your PCs? You do have your bios in the bio tab, or would you like me to do it?
I'm fine with you doing it. For me,
Okay. All right. Well, we'll start with Wulfric, with our wonderful boss splash. But I can also show pictures if you would like. There we go. You've got Wulfric.
That septum piercing's hot.
Yeah.
Oh, one quick thing. Anyone else hear music?
There should not be music playing right now. I just realized.
Okay.
I do not have it playing. Thank you. I was gonna do that when we start.
I was like, my ears are selective hearing right now. What's going on?
Yeah, no. Yeah, you know what? Let's fire it up. Let's fire this up. Here we go. Let's get some Rohirric going. All right, so Wulfric. Wulfric's name is seldom the first spoken in song or hall, but those who truly know the Rittermark know his worth. Born the third son of a humble landholder in the Westfold, he was sent to the royal household young, not to lead but to serve. He took his duties with quiet pride, never asking for more than was due. When others buckled under the weight of obedience or turned bitter from thankless tasks, Wulfric thrived. He became the shadow behind the shield, the calm voice in the storm. He is not the kind to boast or raise his voice, but when justice is mocked or duty shirked, his words ring like iron on stone. I'm not going to read the whole thing to you guys. I was just proud of that, because I don't get to mimic Tolkien often, so when I do, I'm going to do it. Yeah, that's Wulfric, playing a warden, which is like a bard. But not, because this is not magical. Who wants to go next?
I can go.
All right.
I am Barian, the Wanderer. So Barian is from Gondor. He rode out. No, great, now I can't see my backstory, Sam.
I'm gonna make it work.
So, Barian was part of a 20-man squad from Gondor sent into the White Mountains, which is the mountains between Gondor and Rohan, to scatter a band of orc stragglers. But when they arrived, instead they found that the orcs are very organized. They'd been taught discipline, there were scouts, there was traps, and so when they engaged with the orcs, all of the squad died, except for Barian, who was wounded and managed to sort of drag himself away. And since then, he has sort of haunted the foothills and mountains of the area, tracking down and slaying any orcs he can find. specifically has sworn an oath to put every orc that crawls in the dark to the sword.
Not a difficult task, you know. Could probably do that over a summer. Not a big deal.
Yeah, like if he properly applies himself, if he gets in that Sigma grind set, he'll no problem.
I'm sorry. I heard Sigma grind set. Rocks Fall Party dies. I'm leaving. All right, kidding. All right, so we got Wulfric and Barian. Who wants next? Also, I mean, say your name as well. There.
I'm Nathan and/or Scram.
Yeah. All right.
I'm going next this time.
Cool.
Gary, playing Indris. She is a human from Minas
Tirith, capital of Gondor.
She is a scholar of sorts who has dreams that she thinks is from maybe Valar or something else. Hopefully they are of greater, better times. But she's not exactly sure anymore. As recently, she's been dreaming of orc banners in the White Mountains. And she has decided with the King's Call that she will go there to try to understand her dreams.
Yeah, so the Scholar class this is probably the most custom class in Adventures in Middle-earth. But it's kind of like an intelligence-based skill monkey healer. I think is probably the best way to describe it. I played a Scholar for our 3-year campaign. So exciting. All right, we got 2 more.
I will go. I'm Spring.
Oh, real quiet.
Yeah, you got quiet there.
I'm playing Aethelmare. He is a slayer, and he was born during a blood moon as wolves howled in the hills. Aethelmare came into the world already marked. His mother died that night, and his father, once a proud horse lord of the Eastfold, was slain a season later, torn apart by orcs that raided the borders during the Dark Years. Raised by kin too burdened to love him and too proud to show weakness, Aethelmare learned early that survival was not promised, it was earned. He became strong not to impress, but because the weak were the first to be buried. When others rested, he trained. When others drank, he rode, and always in the back of his mind, a low whisper, he will not grow old. Now summoned by the king himself to ride ahead of the host, Aethelmare accepts the charge without flinching. He knows what waits in the mountains. He knows the shadow watches him, and he still saddles his horse.
Because you all are badasses.
I didn't mean to roll that, but my natural one that I just rolled
That's right.
speaks to the opposite.
Yeah. Barian is such a great warrior with his.
I have a shield of the Citadel. Was I a tower guard?
You tell me.
Fuck yeah, because that's badass.
Fantastic.
All right. Then we've got Saywin. Best for last, maybe.
Oh, of course.
I don't have favorites, but I have favorites.
Could you just pop out Aethelmare's picture as well, and then say one?
Oh, yep. My bad.
No, it's all good. It's
Been a while since I've done the streamy thing.
It'll
Here we go,
look
you pop out?
familiar.
He reminds me of that
No,
guy
popped.
from Witcher.
Yeah,
Yep.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Look, I found art places. It's a thing.
That guy from Viking.
I mean, the Rohirrim are basically Norse on horse, like I said. So
Yeah, a lot of this is when I was deciding to be a Rohirrim, like the back, like the I had like a mountain of like this could be a Rohirrim
Nice.
saved.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Saywin, let's go.
All right. Saywin's family once ruled a rich and fertile valley on the borders of the Eastfold, a land of proud horse lords and ancient oaths. But alliances were broken, treachery struck in the dark, and their family lands were lost to fire and sword. She survived and was raised in the court of another, taught to serve and to bow her head, even when those she served once sworn fealty to her father. In the years that followed, she learned the sword, the spear, and the saddle, not as a knight pampered by courtly games, but as a warrior hardened by purpose. Her bearing marks her as highborn still, though the gold is gone from her cloak and the jewels from her hair. Those who know her name watch to see what she will become. She rides now at the king's call. If the shadow threatens her people, then she will meet it head on the high mountain trails, in blood and battle, and carve a new place for herself in the songs to come. Okay, so this sounds like a badass.
Yeah, you all are a bunch of badasses. Now, I will remind you, this is the world of Tolkien. Please don't murder Hobo. I mean, you can. It's your game. We could do whatever. Also, I feel like I should say
murder Hobo.
heroically murder Hobo. I will say there is a token for the lore master, so I can roll things out. So I can also tell you, Tolkien
Nice.
watches you.
Oh shit. We have eyes on us.
What's the time period for this?
This is 2963 of the Third Age.
Okay,
So this is
what, Theoden's dad or grandpa?
This is his dad. Theoden right now is 15.
Okay.
So you will be momentarily taken to Mediceld in the Golden Hall, which I will explain, to be brought before Thengel. So this is, I believe, 10 years into Thengel's reign. I don't exactly remember when he became king, off the top of my head. But I do know the date is 2963. Real quick, do you guys want, I'm going to give you an opportunity before we launch into your commission from your king. Do you guys want to chat with each other, roleplay, do anything? This is your moment to kind of get situated. I know the whole, like, pre-gens, who dis, is a little awkward.
It looks like we have thoughts on our companions and our backstory here.
Now, that's just suggested. That's like if you want some thoughts. I threw them in there. You don't have to use them.
No. That's definitely helpful.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. Mine just
also
says
as
you hate Lex. I don't know.
That's oddly specific, you say there, Nathan.
It's crazy.
Damn you,
All right,
Tolkien. How dare you know me?
You love it when Tolkien reads you to filth from so far away. All right, let me take you over to Mediceld. You can see it. You all should be here with a token. It is just a scene, but we don't have to immediately launch into the speech yet. You all are brought in. Hang on, I got text for this. The Great Hall of Mediceld stretches long and wide, its high roof supported by massive, intricately carved pillars that seem to hold up the very sky. The floor beneath your feet is paved with many-colored stones, cleverly arranged to form intertwining runes and ancient designs. Above, a long opening runs the length of the hearth, allowing the smoke to escape and sunlight to shine through the brilliant beams. The walls are adorned with tapestries, some old, some newly woven, depicting the legendary deeds of the Rohirrim, of mighty Fram, who slew Scatha the Worm in the Forgotten North, golden-haired Earl the Young, riding his faithful horse Freyalof, and countless other heroes who fought against the Dunlendings and Easterling hordes. And at the far end of the dais, at the far end of a hall, a dais rises with 3 steps leading to a magnificent gilded chair, the throne of the Lord of the Rittermark. Beside it, a smaller seat with a high back is reserved for the Queen. Here, King Thingol and Queen Morwen receive captains, hear the grievances of their people, and welcome visitors from afar. You all are here answering the summons. For Thingol needs riders. But you don't have to approach immediately. If you do not wish. If you wish to talk to each other first, you may.
I think Saywin is here in this hall, just kind of taking in the immediate sights. Just has one arm resting on the hilt of their long sword, as they're just kind of just looking around.
If I'm understanding my background, this is where Wolfric lives, basically, isn't it?
Yep.
And Thengel is his master?
Yes.
Well, he's already in here when these people show up.
Yeah.
He knows who's coming. He's known them all before, it sounds like. But he's standing off the side. Anybody that looks over him, they'll see that he's watching each of them fairly closely. So he doesn't really say much.
Arendis is from Gondor as well, correct?
Yes,
From
Aaron,
Minister-
as you are from Gondor, you are new here, so you had dreams of something dark and terrible in the White Mountains, and it has led you here on a quest which got the attention of Thengel.
So Barian walks up to Arendis and sort of does a little slap on the back and says, "Rohan calls for aid and Gondor will answer, eh?"
Yes, surely. Our times of past and future.
Is this just the five of us? I mean, I'm sure we're all very mighty, but
Were you expecting more?
the last time I faced a large number of servants of evil at once, there were 20 of us, and only I survived. I'm sure we'll do everything that we can. Maybe it's not such a straightforward mission.
Well, someone here with experience in what we may be facing. Maybe a smaller group would be beneficial.
Or maybe a sword's not needed.
Favor the bow myself.
Doesn't have
The
Wolfric
one-
has a staff that he knocks on the ground 3 times. And he looks up expectantly at Thengel.
Yeah. Dirk's like, let's get this moving. But yes, with the announcement from Wolfric, Thengel King will rise. And because I went to all the effort of making the boss splash, it's going to happen a lot.
I love the boss splash.
But as Wolfric gets everyone's attention, a hush falls on the crowd, because it is pretty crowded in here. Everyone wants to know what's up. And Thengel stands. He is not the typical king of the Rohirrim. He spent some of his life in Gondor. Some people think he's a little too fancy. But he is here. And he steps forward and addresses you all. There came a time long past when our sires rode forth upon the field of Celebrant, answering Gondor's call. And he nods towards you, Barian, and you, Saywin. Beneath storm-laden skies and banners black, Earl the Young led them into legend, not for gold, not for glory, but for kinship, for honor, and for the voice of the land that stirred their hearts. From the White Mountains now come grim tidings, dark banners rising, horns crying out in the night, and orcish eyes burning with a hunger. Edelyn of Standshelf has called for aid, and I will not see her stand alone. She speaks of Orkkind mustering, no longer scattered threats, but a united storm. And you all know, I'm going to break in here, you all know Standshelf is a small community on the other side of the White Mountains. more towards Dunlending land. In fact, some might consider it a wolfling land, which I'm sure a certain Scran would love to talk about in a moment. But it seems Thengel is answering her call. But he looks towards you all again. Says, in the Rittermark we do not cower from cloud and thunder, we ride into it. And ride we shall. Yet my Aerid is an instrument of might, not speed. Thus I turn to swifter hands for a sharper purpose. The 5 you all see before you shall be the point of our spear, driving ahead to the hosts to reach Stanshelt before it is swallowed by night, and to strike the foe blind before they can glimpse our oncoming wrath. He gestures to you all to step forward and bids you to kneel. It's
Aethelmare
oath swearing
does so
time.
Immediately.
Yeah, I kneel.
Thus, you might be surprised to see Wolfric come out from his spot back there, and he also kneels.
Yeah. You get like a not quite probably a bro nod, like a warm bro nod, and also a look from Thanko, like please keep these chuckle fucks in line. But once you're all kneeling, a young herald approaches with a wooden coffer bound in bronze, and inside it is a black horse-haired braid that you all recognize. That is a relic that people swear upon on the history of the Rittermark. And he will do this for each of you. I'm not reading this 5 times. But he will hold it out. Say, do you swear by hoof and helm, by fire and field, that you shall ride in Rohan's name, that you shall keep watch where others sleep, guard where others falter, and strike where others flee? If you accept, you will reach out and swear on that. Feel free to just say you do, or if you'd like to throw in a flourish, you may.
I think Saywin isn't immediately kneeling and kind of looks at the braid and then looks at Thengel and then back to the braid. Not too much of a fan of courtly pomp and circumstance, but I guess is now kind of understanding what's going on here. So eventually they do kneel and they will kind of swear the fealty. It just takes a little while.
Yeah, this is real fancy. This is real fancy for like a Rohirric king.
Wolfric looks at Thengel and says, as always, you have my oath.
Nod back and says, that was never in doubt, dear friend. He says friend, but he means it as a king says friend, which is, you're slightly less of a peon than other people.
Yeah, I know where I am.
Anybody else? Swearing, not swearing, got something to say?
Yeah, Baryon comes forward to swear, and he says, "It's time all men come together against such servants of the enemy."
You hear a big cheer from the assembled Rohirrim behind you. You might be Gondorian, but they like you.
Aethelmare will swear, by my steel and saddle, I shall.
So serious. Mr. Badass Viking dude. Look at him. Look at him. Alright. Arendis?
Arendis kneels, and I do.
He looks around and says, "Then rise with my blessings and the hope of Rohan upon your shoulders. If this force grows unchecked, the Rittermark will burn before spring's first bloom. But if we blind it now, we may yet see another harvest. Move unseen, strike without mercy, and return with what you learn. Or not at all, if that is what duty commands." And he kind of gestures to Wolfric in the sense that Wolfric will be the one to give you the main assignment, and I'm not actually going to make Dirk do that. I will tell you. But the ceremony is over. There is feasting, and you will also be given mounts to ride from the royal stables.
I have a skill that I'm good at called traditions.
Yes.
What is that?
All right. We're getting there. Traditions. That is one of the new skills for this setting. Let me pull this up, because that was the one thing I did not have. Hold up. Hang on. There we go. New skills. All right. Traditions measures your ability to recall proper courtesies and etiquette expected by the various free folk cultures, along with some of their stories about their people and their respective histories. So this is if you wish to gain an audience, which we will go over the audience rules when we get there. But it also covers anything about religion as what it is in Middle-earth, things about the Valar.
Okay, thank you.
If we were in like Pendragon-esque times, this would sort of be like courtly knowledge. It's your courtly knowledge, your history, your chivalry, your... Every
Got it.
time I say tradition, I want to sing it like Fiddler on the Roof, so I should not.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that was thinking that.
The skill he gets
Just-
from
I
having
already-
gone up in the court.
I will go ahead and go over the few other skills since we're doing that right now. So thank you for bringing that up. There, you have the riddle skill, which is an intelligence riddle check. As an accepted custom among many creatures, speaking in riddles is usually allowed among strangers meeting for the first time who want to speak guardedly. You can use it to discuss a subject concealing part of what you know, and it can also gain insight into spoken or written riddles, figuring things out. It's kind of like what I would ask for, like charisma investigation. You could probably do it as that. Your lore skill, intelligence lore, measures your ability to recall unusual and obscure information about old legends, ancient warrior, bits of song, rare artifact. It's your nerd skill. You're gonna roll nerd. And shadow lore is specifically lore about the enemy, about Sauron. And one of you, the scholar, knows a lot about shadow lore, which we can kind of go into here in a little bit. But when Wulfric gives you all your marching orders, the plan is essentially you are going to go to Stanshelf, scope things out, make contact, and have an audience with Edelyn, and see what she needs, because the main host of the Rohirrim, the Aerid, will be writing to war against these orcs. But armies move slow. Unless you're in a Peter Jackson movie. But Tolkien actually wrote it right. So, you guys are heading there before. You're welcome to stay, enjoy the feast, or you can go out to the stables. Wulfric would know where the stables are. To go meet your horses before you ride out tomorrow.
Oh yeah, I gotta go meet that horse.
Yes, please.
Alright, you guys ready for the horsies?
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright. Let me take you over, because I got a thing. Alright. It's probably a little later in the day than the map would suggest, but here you are. And I'm going to turn you over to our Mistress of Horse Lore and Horse Things as you arrive at the stables.
The stables themselves are long, low, timber-framed, broad-doored, built for war, wind, and swift departure. As you draw near, a man steps from the shadows of a lintel, brushing straw from his tunic. He stands tall, but his build is lean. With dark auburn hair tied at the nape of his neck, eyes the color of ironwood bark, a scar along his jaw. So you're the sharp end of the king's well, he says with a smile. I am Eofor of South Cross, stable master and horse brother to more beasts than man. His Majesty says you may ride for Stanshelf, and you will ride well. Come and meet your mounts, would you?
And I would say, Wolfric, you probably know Aofer. He's cool, but he's definitely more of an animal person than a people person.
Okey-doke.
We have quite a few horses, and if you would like to make your own choices, that's fine, but I do have my own recommendations, if you would.
Are these individualized recommendations? Do you have one in particular picked out for me?
I do. I have a great idea of people and horses. The king had me watch you and make judgments. This is my own horse, Symbol Muna, the small white flower over our graves. But we have Duskwind there for Seywyn. I would suggest Stormgate for Arendis. Now, you are
A Barian.
Barian. I would have you ride Frostnose. A white coat, a blue sort of white nose. She's a little bit uneasy, but I think you could handle her. She's very fond of trampling things to death, which I thought
You say
you
as he
might
approaches.
enjoy.
Yeah, I slow down.
Before you even finish that sentence, he's already over there.
There's a reason I suggest the horses I do. I think you have the measure of this horse, and she may have the measure of you. Let's see.
Are you going to?
Goldheart?
Oh, I was gonna say before I assign the horse to Barian. Are you gonna go up and meet the horse? Say hi.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go meet Frostnose.
How do you meet Frostnose?
So I walk up towards them slowly, and then once I'm close by, I sort of bow, and then extend my hand out and let the horse decide whether it wants to come to me or not.
That sounds like an animal handling check to me.
First roll of the night.
The first intentional roll, I rolled an accidental 1 earlier.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Mhm.
Look at that, 500% improvement over my last roll.
I think that's enough for Frostnose to be at least comfortable with you in her space. She's not friendly, but she isn't trampling you right now either, so.
That you now have control of a sheep for Frostnose. Should say under horses. She has a fiery horse that has the ability to trample.
Nice.
But you might want to note the downside of trample. There are pros and cons to all horse types.
Yeah, I remember reading that one on the document.
Also, sorry, Jen, I keep interrupting. I need to let you do your horse thing.
No, that's fine. Who would go next? Who would have a choice that they make, or who would have my recommendations? I sort of gave them without asking everyone. I do apologize.
Seywyn would start approaching Duskwing.
Ah, yes.
How would you like to approach Duskwing?
I see that it's next to this trough here. So Seywyn's gonna kind of cup their hands together and gather some water, and will kind of slowly approach Duskwing with cupped hands of water.
Alright, roll me an animal handling check.
Alright. It does look like I have a feature called Born to Saddle, which means I have advantage on animal
Yeah, you should
handling
be able to-
checks dealing with horses. So I'm gonna roll this with advantage.
Nice.
Well, if you should be able to click the Born to the Saddle, and it should roll the check with advantage and everything all built in.
Ooh,
Theoretically, maybe I didn't.
let's see.
Let's see if it works.
It rolled a lot of dice.
Yeah, it was a lot of dice.
Let's see. It did roll it with
Okay, it
advantage.
did do- Yep.
Dice weren't great, but it did roll it with advantage. And it looks like it did double my proficiency. We're level 5, so that's what, 3? So
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like it worked.
Yep, it worked.
Duskwing's wing seems to be very happy with this. Is very like contentedly takes the water and then maybe asks for like some behind the ear scritches.
Oh yeah, we'll definitely give it scritches.
Wonderful.
A powerful friend. Nice to meet your acquaintance, Duskwing. And we'll continue giving it scritches. And more water. Nice.
I would not have paired her with our friends from Gondor, even though I'm sure they could handle Duskwing. I do not believe that I would put her in the hands of anyone but Rohirrim. She is a bit obstreperous.
You hear from like Ethelred over here, who's just one of the trainers. Like when it says she's the bit, you just hear cranky.
Just have to show it a little bit of respect, that's all.
Exactly. Who is next?
You did that well, Sarun. I'm a little, I guess, timid to approach such a large beast.
They are large and
overhead.
powerful, but one thing to help bridge that gap, if there's any offering you can give to it, that tends to help.
I see you moving towards Thunderhoof.
Yes, I do find myself drawn.
That is good, because that's the horse I would have picked for you. Mostly because he's big enough to carry you and your weapons. He's a very big boy. Very strong.
I would almost say stoic.
Nice.
Most dexterous though. We a big boy.
Yeah.
I would like to approach with my hand out with a apple in hand.
Oh. Yeah, that seems pretty decent. Roll an animal handling. Oh yeah. Treatsies definitely win you with the horse. It's like, oh, I did food? Okay. Food. Good food.
That's true.
Though careful he doesn't eat the whole apple. The seeds make his tummy upset.
Aethelmer will pull back his hand, and you will see him pull out a little bit of a knife and start paring the apple, like coring it basically, before feeding the bits to Thunderhoof.
Nice.
And who would you choose for me, Horse Master?
I picked you Goldheart.
I have a character here. Are these horses that would usually be assigned to random people, or are these like horses that the royal family generally uses?
So
these
these are okay. Yeah, go ahead.
These are horses of the king's herd, but these are not maras. These are just very good boar horses that happen to be in the king's stables. He wasn't sure if his emissaries would have war horses or not, and wanted to make sure you were fully capable of carrying out his orders.
All right. Can I use insight on a horse?
Absolutely. Insight on the horse.
I will do that. Oh boy, here. As I walk towards him, I'm studying him. Thank you, Goldheart. It is an honor for you to let me ride you and for you to carry me into battle. I'll stroke his nose a little bit. And bring anything we can feed him.
That's so cute. Goldheart seems to be looking at you as much as you look at her. A lot of the horses are mares in this particular barn, unfortunately. This one particularly is... What did we give her?
She is proud, but I'm trying to remember what our downside was for that, because it is not saved in this ability.
For us uncultured people, what is a mare?
Lady horse.
Lady horse.
Thank you.
And Maris, when she said earlier, is like a special super horse.
Ah.
Yeah, Shadowfax is like king of the Maros, like the white horse Gandalf rides.
Ah, okay.
So I think the downside to Proud
was stealth.
Stealth. Disadvantage on stealth.
Yep.
But you do see that Goldheart holds their head very high. He's very proud and kind of makes some striking moves to be a little show-offy. Would you please roll an animal handling check? And I think you already have advantage, but I would give you it if you didn't.
Okay. I did not roll with advantage. Let's try it again here.
Oh yes, Goldheart is more than happy for you to be her rider.
And this will grab her back and come around and start slowly approaching Stormgate.
Are you waiting for more from Wolfric? Okay.
Yep. No, I heard approaching Stormgate. Also, those of you who have met your horses, you should now have control of the sheep.
Yep.
And I was just going to try to approach calmly and come up to the flank of Stormgate.
Okay, clarification for the horse girl. When you mean flank, do you mean the proper term, which is the backside of the horse, like where the horse cannot see you, or do you just mean the side of the horse?
I was thinking the side.
Okay, good choice.
We love an ass-first approach.
Alright, how do you approach Stormgate?
She's got one hand on her kind of a side satchel and other to hold out to, I guess, lay a palm upon its back.
Alright, roll animal handling, please. while Stormgate seems a little unsure, he warms up pretty fast and is happy to have you in his space.
That's another mare.
That's another mare. Did I make them all
Yep.
mares?
No, just 3.
Just 3. Oh, yeah.
It's more mare we're using as like a class of horse with temperament.
yeah.
So technically, I mean, we don't assume horses' genders here.
Yeah, go crazy. So yes, this is the Swift horse. Basically, you're gonna have trouble if you want it to slow down.
Right.
For those of you watching at home that want to play as Rohirrim and AIM, some of these are slightly different than the traditional horse rules.
Some
beefed it up.
liberties have been taken.
Have been taken, yes. I feel like if you're doing all Rohirrim all the time, you need, more than just... Well, people are assumed to be competent horse people and can do things.
Yep.
Alright, we got...
Do we have a mount mod, or are we just gonna move
Yes.
them together? Okay.
There is a... you should be able to go to the macros. There is a mount up in the macros, if you know how to do it. If not, I can do that for you guys.
Oh, it's not.
PDs, there is nothing in the macros.
Yeah, I don't have
Alright,
access
let me...
to them.
Oh, you don't... Hang on. Can you
I
get to
guess
it
I'm
now?
just not a trusted player.
Yeah. Ugh.
Oh,
I can
mount
change
up,
the
but
settings.
There it is.
Ah, I see it now.
Yeah, I forgot I had to share the specific.
do we how to do something specific to get the macro bar down there? Or you
Alright,
drag
so
it
if
out
you-
there?
Yeah, you drag it into one of the squares under the macro bar, and then
Yeah.
basically you need to have your token selected, and then target the horsey.
Yeah, have a macro bar.
It
it
started
should
off
be-
collapsed for me, so in
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
bottom
We have to expand
corner,
it.
you just have to click that arrow above the folder.
Oh, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. And then let me also... I realized I should do the dismount. You all should probably have that too. There you go, that is now
Once you
also
mount your
done.
horse, you're
Yep.
stuck.
You're stuck!
You can't leave.
Forever bound together.
Thank you, Sam.
Are they already like saddled and everything, or do we need to saddle them and collect provisions and saddlebags and all that?
They are already saddled. It's just incredibly hard to find horse pictures where they're in their saddles.
No, that's fair. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and so this is everybody's chance, like mechanically for the players to play with the various mount up horse rules if you got questions. Jen, do you want me to drop the that horse rules doc that I had, or the
Oh, yes,
thing?
please.
I'll drop it on here and we can just kind of go over it.
You can also, if you choose to, look at the other horses and what they do.
Like I gotta give permission for that one.
Okay.
If Barian dies, can I play as Osbert?
You're all looking at your backup.
Look at him.
Well, actually, I think.
He's amazing.
Do you want to tell them what the actual plan is if they die?
Oh yes, the actual plan if you die is for you to play as your horses to get them home safely.
Oh, nice. We get to play the Bill the Pony route.
Yep.
The secret Lord of the Rings Bill the Pony DLC.
Actually, the most Bill the Poniest horse is in fact Bitey, who Osbert is with in the pen. Ill-advisedly so, but Osbert didn't look too smart, so.
He likes
He
to take
looks
risks.
fantastic.
I don't know if the get off macro's working.
Yeah, same here.
Like I triggered it, but then I still can't get off of the horse.
You have you selected and the horse targeted?
Yeah, I had them targeted, and it wasn't.
Yeah, make sure you selected horse target. If not, I can.
Yeah, not
Oh
working.
yeah, mine even said the get off Frostnose thing. Oh, maybe
Yeah.
it has to be the other way then.
Maybe.
It's whatever order you did when you did it. Like whoever you have targeted and whoever you have.
I had to do it the other way actually. I had to get me
Okay.
to get off. I had to have Frostnose selected and then target my variant.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because if like
I guess the horse
text
decides
that
when you're done.
the text that they say says get off, then
Yeah.
the person that you're targeting. So.
Yeah.
Anybody know offhand which setting it is that stops me from scrolling over whenever someone targets something?
Oh,
The token
yeah.
speaker.
What's that?
I
yeah.
have
When you
this
open
on.
up configure settings and
Configure
scroll down just a little bit, you'll see Panda token speaker. You want to click turn that off,
Oh, okay.
and you may want to turn on just a little bit further down. Turn on left click to release objects. That just makes it a little bit easier. Just click off of something you've selected.
Yeah. If you all are curious about the other horses, you all are now observers on all the horses. If you want to see their abilities. But let me get
Is
the horse
Mosshoof's
rules
ability
in here.
just having a glorious mane?
Which one?
Mossoof are dirty.
Oh yes, Mossoof. One of the Clydesdales I picked out, especially because Christopher asked.
They are stoic.
I love my draft horses.
Yep.
If you look at Frostnose's picture right now, you can see that they have a head growing out of their back.
The oddest looking centaur.
Oh,
It's like an Etten with the two heads, except it's an Etten centaur.
Yeah.
That's horrific.
Could have been the homebrew monster for me.
You've given us this privilege.
An Etten centaur.
Oh, Christopher, I think it's Etten, and it's the Greeky two-headed, four-armed
yes.
dude.
But a Seton.
Ogre. Oh, a
Oh,
Seton's
that's
that.
it.
Yeah.
I just thought you misheard.
My brain would like that, but I think I'm good.
Nope, I'm turning it. Oh! For some reason my drop a tile in was not wanting to be a it was not it's fighting me. And these all got squished.
I'm glad we've already heard the Rohirrim violin music, because if we'd made it to the end of this and that hadn't played, I was gonna riot. So
Yeah, I wanted to make sure you all had that. It should be.
Absolutely.
All right. Let me get this a little unsquished here. I'll have it better written out. There we go. No! Curse you! All right, that's it. I'm just making it.
You could
A
make
journal
it
entry.
yeah, I was gonna say.
I like to put things on the map because then it's just there. But we'll just make a journal entry and be done with it. There is, of course, this is just a shorthand of what's in the player's guide. But one of the nice things about having Mistress of Horses is that whenever you are in doubt, someone will be there to tell you what to do with your horse.
Yep.
Okay, they're now. Nope, wrong one. That's not the right one. I want this.
It appears, yes.
Nope. Wrong one. I'm having issues. I'm a professional. God damn it.
You got this.
Ah, that's where that messed up. This should be horse rules. Okay. There we go.
Ah, nice.
Bit of the tile then. So do we want to go over these now while we have a chance to like play around with the horsies?
Probably not a terrible
Alright.
idea, just so that we don't have to interrupt
Yeah.
ourselves later.
All right. So Jen, you want to do this? You want me to do it? Either way.
It's a little bit small print in the journal entry.
Oh,
If you click on
That's
it,
annoying.
it'll pop up
Yeah, it
the
should
big
pop
picture.
up.
image.
Okay.
yeah. But if for some reason it doesn't, basically, whenever one of us feels like you're asking the horse to do something a horse might not want to do, you're gonna have to do a writing check, which is either strength athletics or wisdom animal handling, but could be anything, including insight. That can be a writing check. Like Dirk already did. Mounting is using half your speed to mount an allied horse within 5 feet of you. If it is an unallied horse, you must make a riding check because horses must consent to being mounted, or you're going to have a bad time. I said what I said. Dismounting. You can dismount a horse as part of your turn by spending movement equal to half your speed. In combat, these all, if you notice, they're all trained war horses. If they're not, then they're just going to run away. Bill the Pony would be out of there so fast.
I will not stand for Bill the Pony slander.
Actually, true. I feel like maybe there would be a special feat for Bill the Pony. Maybe he is secretly a trained warhorse, or maybe he's secretly a Mara. I don't know. But point is,
In Wheel of Time, everybody always says Bell is the creator. In Lord of the Rings, it should be that Bill is Eru Iluvatar. Like,
fair. All right. So things to know. On your turn, the mount acts on your initiative. There will be no horses in initiative, and they get an action and a movement. And this is separate from your actions. You can use all your stuff to mount the horse and have them do it on their turn. A trained warhorse can move. However, if they would incur an opportunity attack, whoever they're running away from might decide to hit you instead. They can dash, disengage, dodge, attack with their hooves, or charge, all of which should be on your sheets. Other, like your independent horses, might have their own special features, their own special things that they can do. Horses technically can die in the aim settings, but we said no thank you. So the horses are actually playing laser tag, and they're going to go stand on the side when they get to 0 HP. They're fine. Everybody's fine. But they can recover a short rest, hit points equal to 1d10 plus their con mod. There should be a horse recovery on there. And if somebody, I believe Aaron just has healing dice. If you do want to spend healing dice on a horse, you may. Enemies will attack horses. That is a thing. Because orcs are terrible, terrible creatures. Also, forced movement, if anything, forces your mount to you. Well, I didn't copyright. Basically, if you're forced movement, you're gonna have to make a dex save to stay seated, and that's something that might be called for multiple times. If you're trying to do something, also applies if you get an effect where you're knocked prone. You gotta say, do you stay in the saddle?
Also, if the horse is knocked to 0 hit points, they will be fine. You might not be.
They just
You might
gotta lay
fall
down. Yeah, they
under
gotta
the
lay down.
horse.
They're gonna swoon onto their little feigning couch, and that's a car rolling over onto you. So that is a thing.
You said all the horses have recovery. I don't see it on Duskwing.
Okay, then I might have missed that one. Duskwing will have it in just a second.
Thank you.
There we go. All right. And you should all the horses have a movement speed of 60, except for one of our horses.
Muscle.
I believe that was Mosshoof. But nobody has got Mosshoof. You are welcome also to roleplay as your horse if you would like to. You're welcome to have Jen roleplay as the horse. I know nothing about horses, but they are just kind of really big puppies.
Pretty much.
Now, some of you, your subclasses are built specifically around riding. I believe Ethelmare, you are the righty slayer, correct?
Yes.
So you've got stuff. I think you're the only one that's got like direct ties to that. But I'm trusting people to read it. We'll figure it out. But yeah, if you all are good with your horses, good with dealing with this, we can move on to the first main bit of aim mechanics, which is the.
Oh, you cut out for me.
Oh,
Yeah, so,
It was-
so,
it was,
so,
uh,
so
it
move
was,
on to the first bit of aim mechanics, which is, and then it cut off.
It's like the cliffhanger.
of course.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Well, that's because I had like. That is a very terrifying thing of thunder that just happened. Hello. So, like I've angered a horse god. Would be journey phases.
Ah,
But I just want to make sure people are comfy with the horses first.
yeah. If there's not anything immediate that's needed for us, I think Segwin's just gonna kind of ride around on Duskwing for a little while just to get kind of familiar with each other.
I just saw your picture where you photoshopped me.
It's so
Yeah.
good.
Are you horribly? I was gonna say, please tell me you're not horribly offended by that one.
Nah, it doesn't matter. Oh, I think on the first row here, I'm wearing glasses.
Look, I only had a few pictures to choose from that you put in the server, man.
Yeah,
You're
oh,
special
wearing
enough that
glasses.
Gandalf made them for you.
Oh, thank you, Gandalf.
It was amazing.
I'm a menace with graphic design software. It's a problem.
You've been given too much power.
Is there such a thing? Yes, there is. All right. Let me take you all to a map that I'm sure those of you that are big lore fiends will love, which is the player map of Rohan.
Noise.
This is it is a hex map because there are travel rules, which we will get into. You all are here. I'm gonna shift ping. Nobody freak out. This is your party token. Do you all have access to the party token? No. Do we want a designated owner of the party token? Or are you guys gonna be nice and like I can make everybody and you all just fight over it?
Feel
Yeah, I
like-
think that's fine.
I want to
All
say
right,
we're
Battle
responsible
Royale.
adults, but then there's also Nathan, so I don't know.
Shots fired. We don't have firearms here.
Bows fired.
Bowstring
fired.
snap.
Nice.
I'll put our journey rules down here though, because I do have that one as a tile. That is properly formatted. Let me move it up closer. Not too close. Alright.
Alright.
So, where you were going? I just realized I did not put this on the map. So, in true AIM fashion, because when we played it, our 3-year campaign, it was in Roll20. So there were great drawings everywhere. So in true fashion, we are going to make. Come on, give me my drawing pen. Stand shelf is here. With this beautiful green blob. Which I'm still not on the right tool to ping. Oh my god. Okay. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to have to ride up here through the Westfold, past Helm's Deep. You can wave at it as it go by. This is a one-shot. Through the Gap of Rohan, into the West March. I don't know if somebody... I feel like I need to at least give Nathan a moment to explain some lore stuff before he explodes. Would you like to
No, you're
explain
fine,
where
you're
we're
fine.
traveling? No, I'm going to give you a hard time about this the entire time. It's going to happen.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't want to derail anything.
Oh, well, no, I mean, literally the next thing on the list is to explain, like, where you guys were going. So I was just going to let somebody talk other than me.
Nah, you're the DM. I see what you're trying
alright.
to do. You're trying to outsource.
Yeah! Delegate.
He's
All
on
right.
to you.
So, in AIM, because it's all Lord of the Rings is all about going on a journey, there are journey rules. It's also in the player's guide. We got the short version here, where basically you guys have 4 roles. There are 5 of you, so you can double up on how you're going to set about. There is the guide, who is in charge of decisions concerning route, rest, and supplies, typically doing wisdom survival. Wanderers have a lot of extra bonuses to that. And yes, most of these are your known lands.
Hell yeah.
A scout in charge of setting up camp, opening new trails, relying on dexterity, stealth, and intelligence investigation. Hunter, you hunt. Lookouts, you keep look. But the guide gets to make this fun embarkation roll, which I don't know why Cubicle 7 decided to make it this, but behold. It is a 1d12 plus your survival bonus plus half your wisdom bonus, divided by 2 minus the peril rating of the journey. There's a button I have for the guide to push. It's on the thing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'll drag it onto your sheet. It's cool. But that's insane. I will then roll for various journey events.
Like,
Yeah.
Hilarious.
I actually used like an equation inserter to get that in there because I was like, I don't even know how to write this in a Google Doc. But you will have. I will roll for some events. We'll see what happens on the way. And this can change your arrival. It can change a lot of things, actually. This is in primarily easy terrain. There is a color-coded version of the map, but I feel like that gives too much away. You know? To tell you exactly all the terrain and stuff. But I can take you over there if you do want to see it.
I like that it looks like our map.
Yeah.
Like a map that we would have.
Yeah, that's kind of why I wanted this one in here rather than like the color-coded. Ooh, let me scooch the journey rolls just a little bit because I'm covering Freckenberg. That is the thing. And I will outsource this one to one of my Tolkienites. The brief history of Dunlendings, Wolflings, and Rohirrim. For those who don't know, because this is kind of important.
I'm not super familiar with Wolfling.
Okay. Jen?
You want me to get it? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So the Dunlingers are other men in Rohan. They have been friends. They have been enemies with Rohan. There was a big fracas between who they would consider their High Lord, or later King of the Dunlingers, that had a problem with Helm Hammerhand. There was a fight. It's a whole thing. They made a movie about it. And the Wolflings...
On Netflix.
So the Wolflings are kind of like the Dunlingers, but worse to the Rohan. They are, correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, they're like nomadic, wolfy tribed kind of barbarians, air quotes.
Or they got some Dothraki vibes, but like Tolkien Dothraki. But right now they are ruled by Frana, who is kind of he wants the Golden Throne. He wants to sit in Mediceld. He thinks like, okay, we should we should take over from Thengel. Screw this guy.
If I'm remembering the reason for like the base reason for the entire conflict, it's because the Dunlending, like, this used to be their area before it was ceded to the founding king of Rohan.
Yeah, so essentially
from
it was
Gondor.
theirs. It was theirs. Gondor took it, then gave it to Earl the Young. So essentially, it's all Numenor's fault. It's always Numenor's fault.
Well, first off, it's always the Shadow's fault.
Okay. But yeah, so that is the issue. Everyone's fighting over the lands. Westmarch is technically considered part of Rohan, but is it? It does mean something that Thengel is sending riders this far out. With Stanshelf, let's see. Actually, let's go with traditions. So, somebody want to give me a traditions roll?
I got it. In a second here.
Yeah, I've only got +3.
Can we help people with that? What kind of role?
It's basic 5e rules. So, yeah, if you want to help, are you also proficient in traditions?
I am also proficient in traditions.
All right.
I've got a
I
+3.
will-
What have you got, Lex?
I've also got a +3.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
But
Oh.
it sounded like
What do I do?
Wolfric, yeah.
You should be able to
Yeah,
just
I
roll
think Wolfric's
tradition.
got the most. But
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, I can use my old songs and children's tale.
You can also do that.
I got a what do you call it? Advantage.
This is something that will give you. Let me double check.
That gives you advantage on.
You pick a skill,
tradition.
and you will have that advantage for the rest of the trip.
Oh,
Oh,
The
okay.
adventure
Dope.
phase.
Oh, nice. You can choose.
I'm
from
not gonna.
your
I'm not gonna use
skills.
that right now. Then.
Yeah. But I will. There are enough people here who know the tales. I will let you roll it at advantage. If it doesn't prompt you, that's annoying.
damn, you can do that equal to your intelligence modifier? That's awesome.
Correct.
Yeah, you don't mind intelligence modifier?
Plus
It's zero.
18.
Yeah, you guys can talk
Oh.
about. Yeah, you can talk about stats and stuff. I don't care.
It's 0.
Oh,
Well,
so
it's
the
one.
minimum of 1. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a minimum of 1. I wasn't
Oh,
going to give you a bunch. All right, do not roll advantage. There's a setting. Hopefully, it might be client side. Unfortunately, to like do the always roll at advantage. Let me double check.
Yeah, I
that
think
real
it
quick.
is.
Yeah, I'm fine if like when people roll for advantage, just clicking it twice. I don't care.
That's fine. But
Be all right with 19. So, stand shelf. Technically a wolfling. Technically. But in recent years, definitely leaning more towards alliance with Thangol. Specifically, Edelyn of Standshelf, who I'm desperately pulling up her information. I'm digging in the wrong place.
Okay. Just
So
wanted to
her-
quickly say there is a setting in Ready Set Roll that allows you to roll multiple dice. Just have to click that
You
on.
can
Yes.
also just in configurations, you can search advantage at the
Yeah.
top, and then it'll bring up the always roll multiple dice setting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'm looking through Dice So Nice, and there's not a horse theme. I don't know.
Yeah, look,
Seems to
come
be.
on.
Seems to be
All
a.
An oversight.
Yeah.
It is an oversight. I'm sorry. I'm horrible. All right. So, what you remember, Wolfric, about Edelyn Standshelf and the setting of Standshelf? She is the daughter of Trumbold, who was a wolfling warrior, who always dreamed of uniting with the Rohirrim. But the Rohirrim really didn't pay much attention. He tried to ally more with Frana over in Frekesburg with a marriage pact with Edelyn, but that was denied. So instead, Edelyn has now inherited the setting, and she's come to see the Wolflings as no different than Dunlendings, and she's like, you know what? Screw them. I'm a shield maiden of Rohan. It's only, a short distance to an unwilling king. That means that, I'm not considered Rohirric, so we're going to try it. And so she has been running this as being Rohirric as possible, constantly asking Thengol for help. He has finally decided to send people. So yeah, that is the situation. But you are, if you go in flags flying, you are riding into Dunlending and Wolfling territory, a bit.
Do we have flags? Do we have like a banner?
I mean, if you wanted to carry one, I would suggest against it because of what I just said, but you could.
Can I have one that's folded up in my saddlebag?
Yeah,
for now?
yeah, Wolfric would. Yeah, you would.
Alright.
You're welcome. Just make a note of that or put it on your sheet, whatever you want to do.
Never know when you want to break out the Rohirrim pride.
Yeah, you mean this symbol right here? There's the
See
pause
that.
symbol.
Yeah.
That is also Rohirric for take a pause. And by Rohirric, I mean Old English, because that's what Tolkien used. Don't ask me how long it took for me to translate that. Which reminds me, one thing I say, I'm going to use Wolfric as the example here when I boss splash. But if you all notice, See the writing around that token ring? That is Old English for DirtCon 2025.
That's awesome.
Written in the Kurth script of Erebor. I'm a nerd!
You
So-
put a lot of time into this.
It's because I love you, Dirk. You know this.
Okay,
You're awesome.
thank you.
So, journey rules. Let's do this. We got a game to play. We're not just here to be nerds. We're here to be nerds with a purpose. Who wants to be a guide? Who wants the rules? Who's got questions? Talk about it.
What is the skill for this role?
Survival.
Survival. I'm pretty good at. I've got +5 in survival. Would my known lands thing apply to this? I don't think so.
It would apply. You don't know all the lands. You don't know the West Marches, so you don't get the reduction across everything. But you will have your own personal with that, because I
Okay.
believe I listed your known lands on there.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
you were
did.
writing, what the West Marches are not on there, but you do have it in the White Mountain, which also on
And the
y'all's
Gap
map.
of Rohan.
is-
And
Yep,
the West.
you've got the Westfold, so you're getting all those up until you get to the West Marches. But also most of this pretty easygoing, easy terrain. But the guide's primarily doing survival stuff. So we good with Barry and his guide? Somebody want to fight him for it?
Nope, it's all
I
you.
don't
there
know. I'm not trained in any of those skills.
I
You
am-
don't have to be. I mean, and if you don't, there are 5 PCs, 4 skills. Trust me, as the scholar of the group, I was never trained in any of it when I had to do it. It's just part of it.
I'm only trained in
Yeah.
perception, so I'm putting myself in that one. You guys can fight amongst yourselves for the others.
I'm fighting you for lookout because I'm only trained in perception too.
Well, it does say
I
that
can-
more
I
than
can
one
cover
person
scout.
can be assigned to it, so 2 of us can be lookouts.
I'm actually better at stealth than I am at survival. I've got a 7 at that.
So it sounds like Barian is our scout.
I've got a +7 in stealth. I've got a +5 in survival, so I'm good for any of the first 3. I'm best at scout.
This is where it's really not 5e coded. You don't have to use your best skill. You don't have to be proficient in a thing like this. The
We've been
embarkation-
trained.
Yeah, you don't need to master that. Roll it a bit more on vibes.
Yeah.
So,
What
if
do
you
you-
want,
Yeah,
the Wanderer
that's
guide.
fair. That's
Yeah.
fair.
All right, I will guide then,
All right. So we got Barry and his guide.
and here it is.
Oh, I wasn't ready. All right.
It happened.
Okay. Oh, well, that was just your check. That's not what I need you to do. You should be
Yeah,
able to
I
go
know,
on
I got
your
a
sheet now. Yeah.
embarkation, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Which I will ask you to do here in a moment because I gotta calculate the thing. But I gotta give everybody else their things first. You also have a handy effect which I need to turn on, which will tell me when we have the team out here what roles you have. Oh no, it was on. Your things are. You know what? I'm just gonna pull you guys out here. I mean, I know we're on the hex map, but this way you guys have your tokens. It feels rude not to. And it's easier for me. We'll just put you in the White Mountains, it's fine.
Yeah.
Don't fall off.
Wilhelm scream.
Yeah! Alright. So, everybody else, and you technically don't have to have, I mean, you kind of do have to have, one of each, but just pick.
I can scout for us unless we have somebody that's.
No, I heard it. I heard Aaron just is scouting.
All right. Yeah.
You said the words.
Aethelmar will hunter.
Aether Mineral Hunter? Okay.
Yes. For the vibes.
Alright.
Say when
we got-
will be lookout.
Alright.
Can 2 of us be lookout?
Yep.
Yep.
I'll be a lookout also. I'm staying I figure Wolfric is the central point. Wherever the party thing is on the map, that's basically where Wolfric
Yeah.
is. And other people are going out to, scout ahead or hunt. They always come back to where
Yeah.
Wolfric is.
So these are actually, they're 10-mile hexes on this map, so pretty much you all are not going to be going like that much farther away from each other. All right. Now here's the fun part, where we get to bust out the drawing tool. Guide. Draw your path for me.
Oh Jesus.
You don't have access to the drawing.
Oh,
tool.
you don't, what?
Hell no.
Blasphemy!
Heresy.
Yeah, there's no drawing tool.
Rude.
I'm gonna do this thing where I follow the road because there's not really any reason not to right now.
Yeah.
So bold.
we ride out of Edoras, and Varian's just like, we
Straight
just
up over
wanna,
the
like,
mountains.
we just want to like turn left and follow the road, or
Road's here for a reason.
I
There's
feel
no
like it's the
flies.
which way is north. Or like which way is Mordor.
Mordor, Gandalf. Is it left or right?
That's right.
Left.
Yep. Alright. Let me give you guys access to drawing tools. How dare. It says you, oh, no it doesn't. Use drawing tools. There we go.
Ah,
Now you
good
all should be able
here.
to draw to your heart's content.
A little insider information. We did have a conversation about could you go over the mountain with horses?
I was told no.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, probably not.
No.
Alright, draw me your path.
How many? How all the way there, or just?
Yep.
Okay.
You're going to Stanton. I mean, like, I'm not gonna like pixel bit you on this one. So, however you get it, but your general path. Or if it's, I mean, if you're literally just skirting the mountain, I won't make you like fully do it.
So I feel
But-
like this is supposed to be that the river comes up next to the mountain. How much foothill versus mountain is there going?
You can go in between
Okay.
River Ice and the White Mountains. You can totally do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For reference, let me pull over the like the party token, just like size wise, because again, this is a good measure of like 10
Okay.
like 10
yeah.
miles. So like you got space. Okay, so going around that way. All right, awesome.
No,
Now
we're
I
going the
get to-
long route by Minas Tirith.
Look, I didn't know. Maybe you wanted to go to Isengard and say hi to Saruman.
Yeah, he's still cool.
because he's not
at
doing
this
anything.
point.
He's not doing anything shady.
hasn't even
Well, it's 'cause
started
he's working with
breeding-
the Hillmen. He's
He
working with
hasn't
the
even
Hillmen.
started
He's a little,
breeding orcs yet. Like,
Yeah. So now I'm gonna need that very fancy embarkation roll.
all right, how do I very fancy embarkation roll?
You should be able to go to your the guide on there. You should be able to click that, and there should be an option. Like, click the guide feature, and there should be an embarkation roll on your character sheet.
I'm looking.
Other features guide.
Ah, there it is. Okay.
All right. That's the embarkation roll, and there's a note to myself because now I have to do math.
Dang, I rolled an 11 out of 12.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Now, if you all would like to, this is your chance to kind of roleplay as you start off on the road before I tell you what happens. Because I gotta do the math now. So you set off the next morning, unless there was something you wanted to do the night before.
Just sort of acquaint myself with my horse a little bit, and then make sure that we have all our supplies, like double check on that, but that's it.
Yeah, check on supplies. Probably do a little bit of light sword training in the evening, and then just wind down before resting.
That seems very feasible. When you're trying to get close to your horse again, are you just like doing the same stuff that you have been doing? Do you try something new?
I mean, pretty much the same sort of thing. Maybe come up with a carrot or something this time.
Ah, yes, carrots. Yeah, your horse doesn't get much grumpier, but a good majority of you have some pretty fiery horses, so.
So, based on this embarkation, you guys chose your guides wisely. Just to let you all know, I'll drop this in. Just drop it in Discord chat. It will take my. There it is. Auspicious beginnings. So Sauron is not, immediately tracking you. That's good. And we're going on a medium journey, which means I'm going to need someone to roll for me.
I have a question real quick.
Yep.
The guy that Wolfric serves, is he basically the same position that Theoden is in?
Yes.
that
Yes.
king?
This is
Okay.
Theoden's dad. Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
All right. This is considered a medium journey, which means somebody roll me a 1d2 plus 1. All right.
You beat me.
Niflheim got in first. So 2. All right. Then somebody roll me a d12. Technically, I could do all this behind the scenes, but, it's more fun this way.
We like players to be the bearers of their own doom.
Basically.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty used to that.
All right, that was a 9 because you get +2. If you guys click on the party token, there should be a thing that pops up that will say "From Auspicious Beginnings," like up in the corner, an effect on the sheet, which will tell you just the different mechanical things you get from your Auspicious Beginnings.
Thank you.
So I added +2 to me, and it's also the initial test to do this. So it is 9, which is, let's see. All right, there's that one. And I need another d12 roll. All right, so that'd be a 3. All right. Noted. I know what is happening to you all now. But yes, you all set out. What is your style when traveling? Talking, hanging out, focused?
So Barion is used to sort of wandering, normally by himself. So he is sort of adopting the same normal thing that he would do there. So he's like talking to his horse a little bit, sort of like looking around at everything, and then every now and then, like someone will talk to him, and he'll just be like startled a little bit because he's not used to traveling in company.
While we're going along, if nobody's having any sort of conversation, Wolfric will ride in the middle, and he will start telling them stories about this area and where we're going. He's a bard. and he knows lots of stories. That's what he'll be doing whenever we have some downtime. You like talk radio, I guess.
Someone put on
Or everyone
NPR.
When you speak more about the history, you definitely see that you have Aethelmar's ear. He seems very keen on listening and learning.
Look, I
Oh,
told the
that-
story pretty good.
Yeah, that was a really good story. You guys are enraptured. And because you've got good roads, good horses, you are able to go pretty far based on the travel rules in here. Horses can go 40 miles a day, which would be 4 hexes. However, there are good roads, which halves the time. So you all are able to get up here. It's going to be roughly a 2-day journey. And now we come to, it's time for camp. Did you all find a fine place to camp? But I'm gonna need the scout to make me that intelligence check I just put in there. All right.
Scouted.
Nice.
You scouted. You scouted so hard.
I think you briefly become an elf for 2 seconds. Just your
Hey, you
eyeball.
grow elf eyes.
Wonderful place. Flat. We can see anything that's coming to us. Just a place to graze the horses.
All right. Somebody make a note that you all did so well. You get a +1 to your arrival roll when you get to Stand Shelf, which we'll get to when we get there.
An additional +1.
Yep. But this is to the arrival roll.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, if you have another
'Cause-
+1 from something else, but
Well, it looks like you said we had easy terrain earlier,
yes,
and those so that's +1, or is that different?
that's a different thing. This
Yeah.
is a. I'll keep track, but I got my notepad. All right. But no, don't close that journal. However, you do a good job scouting, but somehow there's a little bit of difficulty in the sense that you have wandered into a fen, also known as a bog. But you luckily notice it beforehand, because that would have been really hard if your horses got stuck. I don't know if anyone's seen the Neverending Journey.
Atreyu!
Yeah. But you all managed to avoid it. So, Aaron, just how do you... I mean, is it just, hey guys, this is a bog, let's not camp here?
Yeah, it's just finding a adequate place to camp where the horses could rest easily. We could set up tents here easy, and we have a clear line of view for anything approaching us.
You all avoid the fen and you're able to camp for the evening. One thing you all might want to do just mechanically is just go ahead and long rest. You technically can't long rest on the journey. I forgot to do it beforehand just to make sure everybody's hit points and like resources were all up to date. Any sort of campfire conversations, talks? Anyone have any creepy dreams?
Is that the,
I had to
the
do this,
GM
but,
mentioning that?
What is it we're going up to do exactly again?
Okay.
Well,
You're going
Yeah,
up to
talk to
Stand Shelf
somebody.
to investigate the orc movement in the White Mountains, which is these mountains here. They're a group of orcs. They are growing more and more militant and raiding the people of the West March. Theoretically, they could also come down and raid the Westfold, but you got like Helm's Deep there and the Marshals of the Rittermark, and you know they'd rather not. But the White Mountains do run this entire length. I mean, it's this whole mountain line here. And so if orcs are allowed to move through them with impunity, it could eventually come to Edoras and other things.
earlier. Sorry, go ahead.
Thengol's plan is to march basically like the line you guys drew with an Aered, which is a cavalry. The cavalry will be coming. But you guys are the forward aspect of it.
We're scouting
earlier
out,
talking
seeing what's ahead of us. For
The Wolflings, the Wolflings and the other
Yep.
group, they sometimes
Yep,
are in
Wolflings.
March, right?
Yep.
We might
So
encounter them.
the Dundlingers are headquartered in Dinas Thrust up here, and Frekesberg here is head of the Wolflings.
Well, tonight, while we're around the campfire and everybody's settled down, Wolf, what's his name again? Wolfric? He will,
Wolfric.
he'll basically tutor everybody else on the proper way to behave in front of the, let's start with the Wolflings, 'cause it seems like they're going to be closer, but if he has time, he'll go for the Dunlendings too. Basically, like, how not to offend them and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, absolutely.
It's probably
A
pretty
few
boring
things
for most of them.
that you all know is that they're all very, like you all as Rohirrim, very proud people. But if there's no other conversation, song, story, campfire tales, you all can rest and awake the next day. Not in a bog full of mosquitoes, because of your glorious scout.
Yeah, we
I
take
like
care of
not being in a bug.
we take care of our horse at the end of the day. Or there one person doing all of it.
Jen?
I would expect at least the Rohirrim of the group to be able to take care of their horses, rub them down so that they're not sweaty, check their hooves for any stones, give them feed, that sort of thing. But if either of the Gondorians feel like they need help, they can absolutely ask.
Yeah, no checks needed. You're considered competent with adventuring on horses, unless a journey event requires it. If you're thinking mechanically.
Ulrich does that, but he spends extra time. Because even though he's a Rohirrim, he doesn't actually spend a lot of time out here doing Rohirrim shit. He's mostly back at home in the castle doing court stuff. They're kind of thrilled to be out here doing, Rohirrim stuff like they do in the stories. So he's being extra nice.
Getting the wind in his hair.
Yeah,
looking
he's being
majestic.
extra nice to his horse.
Goldheart is very appreciative and will give little, like, nays and knickers and just being very happy.
Hopefully, I don't have to ride you into battle with Goldheart, but if we do, I'm sure you'll perform well.
Yeah, if anyone's looking for advice for caring for their horse, Saywin would. Excuse me. Saywin would offer to help them out.
I think Barian is competent in caring for a horse, since they had to ride around the mountains for the mission that got all of his friends killed. But I think that he isn't, like, Gondor competent with horses doesn't measure up to, like, Rohirrim competent with horses, and so he's, like, taking notes mentally.
That's good to know.
All right. Is anybody just like, I don't know what to do with this animal? Are we all good? Because just to keep things moving, you wake up the next day. Your next bit of travel will take you to Stanshelf, but along the way, there are a few things. Anybody do anything interesting in the morning? We good?
Yeah, probably just
Dude.
usual routine.
Usual routine.
Yeah, waking up, a little bit of sword training, and then making sure the horse is all good before we head off.
There'll be like 12, like, the movie shows like 12 helicopter shots of the camp.
Yeah.
Because we're in New Zealand and Peter Jackson's going to use those helicopters. But yeah, you all travel on. But at a certain part of the day, you all get to something interesting. As you get, let's see. You get into the West March. I'm just gonna. You all don't have to follow the tokens if you don't want to, like the party token. But you get around here.
I am a child. I need
And-
supervision.
Have to now.
Okay. All right. Yep. Nope. I didn't. As soon as I said it, I was like, well, now they're gonna have to. Little ducklings. All right. In a low-lying stretch of the Westmark, where the foothills of the White Mountains give way to slow, marshy ground, the company comes across the remains of an old, forgotten building. The ruin lies half buried in the earth, and tangled roots, and covering black stone walls that are twisted and sunken, as though the land itself has sought to consume it. You all get unsettling vibes in this place. But it also seems old. And I'm going to need you all.
Blackstone. Have I been to Isengard before? Like, does it look similar to that Blackstone?
It does not. It is much older. But I
Okay.
do need everyone to make this wisdom check that Tolkien is asking you all to make.
Jokin, Rolkin, Tolkien.
Yep. All right, and because this is the first thing on the journey events, you all do have +2s to it. So let me add that. Does that change any of these? It does.
Yes.
No.
Is the challenge for
Yeah.
this a 5?
New.
Damn.
The peril. Yeah, no. Sorry. Alright, those of you who succeed. If some of you would have been able to remove a level of exhaustion that nobody has. But if you fail. So yeah, the people who fail, you're gonna have to do a thing for me.
What is failing?
If it is red on there, because it is set, it rolled off of an ability I gave you. So, I don't know if it gives you the colors on there. But
Sure.
Aethelmare and Saywin, you're not having a good time.
A 3 fails? Jeez.
Yeah.
Ridiculous DCs on these checks, DM.
I know, right?
And I'm gonna need the two of you to make a corruption saving throw.
Oh.
We're doing great, team. We're doing great. Alright. Now we get to introduce shadow points.
Out of curiosity, would this have happened while we were in the Gap of Rohan area, or would this have happened after we're in the West March area?
This is in the West March area.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you don't get that bonus, sorry. But if you all open your character sheets, you'll notice across the top you have two more abilities. There is Sha and Purr, the way they have it labeled on here. Those are your shadow points, which is basically, the longer you're around something like, say, the One Ring, you get shadow points. And when those points reach the same as your wisdom score, not the bonus, but the score, you become miserable. Those of you who failed this corruption save, you get 2 shadow points.
Now I have 2 already. That makes
Yes,
sense
you
with
do.
the backstory, but okay, I wanted to make
Yeah.
sure that was supposed to be
Yep.
there.
Those are all there for your backstory. And also, Arendis, I believe you have a decent chunk from some of your abilities. Specifically, your dark knowledge.
You're referencing Shadow War?
On your abilities.
Up
I
at
don't know
the
if you want-
top,
if you want
like
me
where
to
you
out
have
it-
strength
At the
and
top.
dex and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
at the top
okay,
right,
yes,
yeah.
okay. Okay, yes.
Yeah, you should have. Yeah, you should have
I
a
do.
4. But yeah, you're all looking at this. You all get the sense that whatever was here wasn't good. In fact, you could probably tell that this land is blighted, shall we say?
Gross.
Which is another thing that must happen. If you all push through, do you want to investigate this place, or would you like to move on?
Nathan really wants to investigate it. Barian, however, unfortunately, does not.
It might be connected to the sightings of the orcs, though.
This looks
Points
old.
This is like Second Age old.
Wolfric, do you know any stories of what might have been here?
Those who built this were corrupt, and it's best that it does sink back into the swamp.
If you'd like to roll me traditions,
Yeah.
anybody? Tradition. Oh, all right, Wolfric, you know it all.
Oh, hell yeah.
So, Wolfric, you've heard tales of these things. Now, in the second, I'm not going to bore everyone with the entire history of Middle Earth. During the Second Age, most of this land was controlled by Sauron and his forces. And it built various strongholds, forges, things you need for war. Some of them still remain, blighting the lands, forever tainted by shadow. You have somewhere heard stories of what these forges look like, and this looks like a long abandoned forge of Sauron's.
This was
I mean, not his.
A forge of the Dark One?
Yes.
Yeah.
Forge of the Enemy from the Second Age.
That's what was here.
All the more reason to leave it lay.
I mean, there might be cool weapons there. I don't know.
Would there be anything useful in this forgotten forge?
Corruption.
Nothing useful for us.
You don't know until you try.
As the GMs try to get them to push the buttons.
I'll push the button.
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to.
And be no better than an orc.
Yeah, because do remember, when it comes to shadow, that you can gain shadow through 4 main ways: being in blighted places, which is you would be entering a blighted place, and also doing misdeeds, which is doing bad things, or taking tainted treasure.
Ah. This would be common knowledge, yes?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's just like the mores of the land of Tolkien. I mean, when you ask, is this common knowledge? Like, my answer is this. He is watching.
Gotcha. Then, while Lex would like to push the button, I think Saywin has a better head on her shoulders.
Yeah, what would Aragorn do? That's the question. So you all continue on?
Yes, please.
All right. Good, because your horses were going to freak out if you tried to go into the Blighted Lands.
I was not looking forward to those rolls.
Yeah. All right. You move on into Stand Shelf. So, after a long day of traveling, you ride up. The road winds upward along the western foothills. Eastern foothills, from where you are now. Where low clouds cling like smoke to the shoulders of the White Mountains. As you crest the final ridge, the land falls away into a steep vale below, a rugged place of heather and stone, wind-scoured and defiant. And there, perched like a hawk's nest upon a cliffside shelf, rises Stand Shelf. In a wooden palisade stands weather-beaten but sturdy, reinforced with stonework along the outer gate and steeper paths below. Watchfires burn low in sheltered braziers, and the banners of horse lords, frayed and faded, but still proud, hang in the cold wind. You smell smoke, horses, and steel. A small troop of riders wait near the gate, spears upright, their eyes wary but not hostile. Behind them, you glimpse the rooftops of longhouses, and a fenced training yard, and a high hall, crowned with carved timbers that speak of older time. The gate creaks open, and a voice calls out from within, asking who you are.
Wolfric steps forward, or with his horse, he rides forward. His horse steps forward. And he'll say, "We are a party sent from," starts with a TH, but I don't remember his name now.
Thengel. King Thengel.
Thengel, Lord of Rohan. We wish to come inside.
As we do that, as you have arrived, guide, I need you to roll a d8 plus 2.
Is that +1 to arrival roll factored in?
Yes, I added that one in. Thank you.
Nice.
All right, you got a 9.
I think.
Well, technically, because it's an 8. A d8. But with plus 2. So, inspired and filled with hope. You are excited to see this place. You are relieved because they readily open the gates for Wolfric. And as a result, each member of the company may remove 2 points of shadow, and you all gain inspiration.
Nice.
Fuck yeah, I could use that.
So yeah, Wolfric, you roll up. You are the herald. You announce them, and they're like, "All right, make way." Edelin will see them.
Could have put the banner up before we got here, but I forgot about it.
Hey, you did so well. We can say it. Yeah, you did. That banner is flying.
I still don't
They
see
ushered-
where the shadow stuff is.
It's to the top right of your character sheet. Right under where level is, and to the
Yeah, it
right
should
of
be
your
next to-
stats.
Should be next to charisma.
You'll see 2 red boxes. One that's SHA, which is shadow, and then the PER. Don't know what that is.
Permanent shadow. If we were doing a longer game,
Ah,
when you do fellowship phase, you can have permanent shadow.
I gotcha. I thought that PER, I thought it was perception or something.
Perception. Yeah, no. The mod that does this, if I were going to do this longer term, I would redo it. But you're now brought into the Mead Hall of Standshelf. But I just wanted to get you on the map. You all can discuss things and take your time when you get there, if you'd like. Obviously, your horses will be stabled. They know how, I mean, it's Rohan. They know how to take care of horses. I see somebody pinging.
Look
Nice.
at that.
oh, you see something?
Yeah, there's some kids. So, the great doors of the hall groan open on iron hinges, and a gust of wind follows you inside. Smoke curls towards the rafters, caught in the beams like ghosts that will not leave. It is no golden hall of Edoros, but there's strength in the bones of this place. The tables are plain but well kept, benches lined with cloaks and spears, shields hang on the far walls, some bright, most battered. It is a lively gathering, and at the head table is Edelin of Standshelf. Armored, broad-shouldered, and her eyes burning with something between pride and challenge. She stands as you walk in, looking at you. Says, "You've come far." Hold on, let me share her with you. There's Edelin. So speak, riders. What brings you to this high and bitter place?
Here at the command of
At-
King. God damn it.
Thengel.
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 King Thengel.
It's
Yeah.
great. The thing. The Thengel.
Yes. Look into reports of orcs gathering here. Do you know any such things? Have your scouts noticed these?
She's the one that sent the report to Thengel.
Oh, okay. Then she
I
probably
just
has seen
realized I forgot to put it. I forgot to put that in the. Of course I did. But this is where we start audience rules. Let me just drop it. I have it on the main map, but I'll just drop it in chat. And what essentially this is for is a formalized version of meeting people. I believe, Christopher, you've gone through this before. I don't know if you want to add anything to it. I am also getting over a cold, so I'm trying to save my voice a little. But essentially,
I can read it for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Seeking an audience. One member of the company must make an intelligence traditions check at DC 15 to introduce the group. Depending on circumstances, a hero's culture, standard of living, and reputation can all influence how they are received. This determines the starting attitude that the audience giver to the party, DC for making requests, and the DC of the final audience roll.
So this is one person introducing everyone to seek an audience, which it sounds like is a Wolfric thing. Yep. You want to give me that traditions?
All right.
Nice.
Okay. Now, it started off because of the various tensions, shall we say. You weren't necessarily in the favored category. I'm not going to tell you what they are. But that does definitely help. You see her. She enjoys the way that you were treating her like an official, like you would somebody else coming to Edoras. You're not just like, hey, you weird, like, Dundlinger lady. So. She is interested in what you have to say. And to answer your question, you were asking, like, the information?
Oh, do you have some of your outriders that witness this? Could we talk to them directly?
Yes, you can. In good time. Everyone here in the hall, you may ask, they have all been affected at one point or the other. But what we do know is that there is a band of orcs, well organized, led by one we've heard the name of Gazer. I'll drop that in chat in case people want it. And we know that they're planning more than just the infrequent way. Start that one over again. What used to be infrequent raids is now growing stronger and stronger. We believe they mean to attack in mass, and we would like to move forward. I see you have all been sent here by King Thengel, who is now willing to help. But there's still only 5 of you. But yes, eat. Gather information, and then after this meal, we shall all discuss what is to be done.
Our character, do we know how soon the king is supposed to get here?
He's got to muster up an army and march around. So, I mean, we're talking a few weeks. Like, this isn't going to be soon. But you've got the town. Traditionally, in an audience role, this would all be happening as you're kind of standing there in front of her, like, you know, a school kid. But I'm gonna let you have dinner. I'm gonna let you talk to people. Literally everyone on this map has a name and a backstory, and they know things. So feel free to mingle. Some of you who know the extended history of Lord of the Rings, I'm sure Arendis is standing next to somebody that is making you all very excited. Nathan.
Another person in the order with glasses. Gandalf must have been here.
Yeah, Gandalf was here with glasses. But yeah, so to give a general vibe of the place, there are some kids running around. There are families. There's a group of, like, kind of cranky teenagers over here. Looks like they've gotten in trouble for something. Sitting in timeout. There's a group of kind of like crazy old men over here. There is this kid. Yes, this kid looks that creepy. And they're carrying around a little bug
Aw.
and talking to it. As you look around, this is a long fall from the Golden Hall there. Also, I think Christopher might see one other token on this map that he recognizes.
Yeah.
You got in trouble on Discord, Sam.
Oh? I'm not paying attention to the
Yeah.
Discord.
We got first
What is he
named.
doing here?
Yeah.
It's a totally
Yeah, no, I
different
noticed
guy.
that. Totally different guy. All right, so
Mhm.
you all here. You're willing to hang out. We can do this very RP heavy if you'd like. We can do this a bit more. You just tell me generally what you want to do.
Barian wants to ask around and try to match up any identifying features with this band of orcs with the same band that wiped out his men.
All right, all right. Let's see. You would probably want to talk to this guy, Kenrick, who serves as Edelyn's steward. He's been gathering most of the information about it. This is kind of the table of those who know what's up. So you've got Kenrick. You see his token. He seems to be Edelyn's steward and an advisor. A bit formal, as much as one can be, and this kind of place. Introduce you to Herafara, who actually used to ride from Edoras, and is now here. I had come to serve Turnbold, Edelyn's father. Probably kindred spirit, I would say to you, Barian. Then we have Brega Borspear. Oh, sorry. Let me boss splash these people. I put it in here. Here's Herafara. Hold on. Let that one end. Brega Borspear. Who you learn is in charge of doing most of the fighting training with everyone around here. And to be crude, I'm just going to say death by snoo snoo.
You've piqued my interest.
And then there's another newcomer to the place, a man called Thorngill.
He doesn't
who
look
seems
important
to be-
to me.
He doesn't look important at all.
Yeah.
And if somebody with the Lord of the Rings lore wants to give the meta knowledge to the party, they can.
This is Aragorn.
That
The
was
young
so
Eric
fast.
Yeah. Yeah, in the extended edition of the Two Towers, when Eowyn's like, you rode with my grandfather, Thangol. Observe. Here it is.
Well, he's had some plastic surgery done since then.
Oh, hey, just look.
Nah,
Tokens
they
are man.
live.
Yeah, he is a Dunedain, so he's 87 during the movies, actually. But yeah, so you were at that table, Barian. Let me get everybody else. What's everybody else doing?
I mean, you mentioned
Well, we're-
warriors. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no. You mentioned warriors and people who may know, some of the things that we may come up across. So I think Seowyn's also kind of listening at this table.
All right.
Wolfric standing here. He's sort of listening to people around him. So like these people right here might know some stuff,
Yeah.
but mainly he's watching everybody and he is studying them and using his skill to, what is it? Insight, which he's very good at. I'm trying to see if any of them might be corrupted or working for the shadow or whatever you call it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Give me an insight check.
I figure they might have spies here.
All right, you look around. There's definitely some shady characters. I mean, the creepy kid. this corner down here, particularly this man, looks kind of out of place, but doesn't necessarily look dangerous. He just looks a little weird and kooky. But you don't see anyone, like, there's not like a dude sitting in the corner, grinning evilly and eating an apple like an asshole.
Well, I don't expect that. But maybe somebody that's looks like they're watching people the same way that Wolford is watching everybody else. Someone that looks like they are gathering information as opposed to just hanging
Over
out.
here, Thrithwin, also known as Mistress of Threads, has had her eye on you as soon as you started looking around.
Have I ever heard of a Mistress of Threads?
She's in charge of the weaving. She just likes fancy names.
Okay.
She's probably knitting or something while she's sitting there, but she is watching everything.
I assume it takes me quite some time to do all this here, so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah. All right. And of course, everybody's running around, running through. Arendis. What you doing?
Is trying to grab a bite to eat, doing small talk with these few individuals by her, and just kind of getting a feel of, how safe they feel here.
All right. Okay, I'll get to that in just a second. We'll start with you. But let me get Aethelmare. What you doing? You over there with the rowdy kids?
Yes, I was going to try and connect with them.
Okay. All right. Let's start. I'm going to start with Arendis. So, you sat by Willa and Osric. Please tell me I got his name right. Yep, Willa and Osric, who are a couple. They look a little bit grim when you sit down, but they give you a smile. Say, welcome to Stanshelf. Good to see that some action's going to be taken.
Yes, the king casts for all in his realm.
Which is good. And you notice, maybe you recognize them from some of your dreams, but you definitely get the sense that there's a sorrow hanging over them, as if they're in mourning. And after a little bit, if you don't directly probe into it, she will turn to you and say, do you truly think he could make a difference here? Is Thengo King really coming?
Of course we can. We just have to work together to strike out against this darkness that is swirling.
And you notice she's playing with some braids in her hair, and it almost looks like she has like locks of other types of hair braided into it, kind of like, under. And she will tell you the story, to save time I will not go through the whole thing, but tell you the story of, they used to have 3 sons. The orcs have taken them all over the course of the past year. In raids, their adult sons. And she will tell you, if you ask, their entire life stories.
Okay, so the orcs have been raiding very frequently then.
Growing much more frequently, much bolder, much more well organized. And in fact, the last attack, their farmstead, they had to move in closer because their farmstead got razed to the ground. And as you were learning that, we're going to go over to Aethelmare with the kids. How are you approaching this? I mean, I can give you a brief overview. Geetha over here is the mom. This is a very perpetually tired Molly Weasley. Aethelwyn, teenage girl, helping serve. Very excited. Then you got this kid who is the most earnest kid to ever earnest and wants to be just like you already because you're a big warrior and you're cool. And Winfled does not want to talk to anybody.
That is fair.
And then
Looking to get
little
back.
Hessa over here with the glasses doesn't really say much, doesn't really make much eye contact, and kind of talks to herself.
I would basically just attempt to approach the table and look at Githa and say, "May I sit with you?"
Oh, hi, if you don't mind getting run over by everybody else, have a seat. This is my... And then you hear, I'm Edric! Can I play with you? It's like, can I hold your sword? Will you tell me everything? Have you killed somebody? What have you done in your life? Everything. I want to be you. Like typical little kid enthusiasm.
He would take a quick look at his stock and pull out a warhammer as the least sharp thing that he has. It's like, you can hold on to that.
What?
Oh, that's maybe not the best idea. He's going to be swinging that around his head now. His older sister is very worried.
Yeah. If I would.
As long as he stays right here. He eyes the kid. Right.
The kid eyes back. Maybe. For now.
Mm-hmm.
Geetha's also eyeing you, kind of like you just gave my son a warhammer. Geetha will have a look and say, so, here's to take care of the orcs, huh? And it's kind of the usual, like, oh, how was your ride? What was you doing? So you can kind of tell me unless you want to do a thing.
Nothing super specific, just trying to gauge any of their experiences with the orcs in general. If they have any little tidbits about, oh, we saw them over here or over there, blah 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 blah.
Yes, they would be able to. She will tell you that Kenrick has been compiling a map of all the sightings, the steward.
Cool.
And you all will be able to locate from there. You do find out she did lose her husband to a raid. That was years ago, before they were this frequent. And she is worried about her oldest, Sigric, down here at the surly teenager table, who is now old enough to be a writer, and she's worried about him going out and fighting. But she's trying not to show it.
Gotcha. But a quick look back shows that most of my companions are at the important people table, so
Well, you don't have to be.
So I will probably spend my time trying to tire out Yedric.
Okay, all right. You see a whole bunch of like green plus signs over Geetha's head.
It's a wax on, wax off with a warhammer.
Yeah.
All
right. Wolfric, you probably do see that Thrithwind is watching that interaction pretty closely. Like, well, that's a choice. And then you hear from all the way down here, "And the Eagles, that's what I'm telling you!" From this man. Who knows what he's yelling about? Grimfast, weird dude. But yeah, important people table.
All right, I would like to use my piercing sight ability on Thorin.
All right. Okay. Ah, this is a long thing. You must make a wisdom saving throw against DC of 10, your proficiency bonus plus your wisdom modifier. I believe I believe it is there. It is there. Yeah, make the thing. Oh,
no,
target.
yes,
That's
make
right. Thorngill's got to do it. He's got to do it. All right.
Damn.
Yeah, it's almost like he's Aragorn. But he definitely notices that you are eyeing him, and he will just kind of look at you and say, "Something the matter?"
Rhaega here. She's their arms teacher. Herefara, he used to ride with Thingol. I can't remember this guy's name. Starts with a C. Sai something or other.
Rick.
Henrik. He's the steward. You're the odd man out. I'm not sure how you fit in here.
Traveler from the north. I ran into Herefara out on the road. We got to talking. Thought I could be of some help.
Herefara will speak up in the defense of his friend, Thangil. He is a good warrior. He does well and is smart and patient. I don't see why you should be distrustful.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not. I just couldn't place him. I couldn't tell what his role was here. The rest of you were fairly easy to place. But you're a traveler. Have you encountered these roving bands of orcs before?
Alas, I have. And as I have been speaking with Kenrick here, we've been coming up with possible locations of various camps in need of scouting. And, it's important people table, so the food is moved aside, a map is rolled out. I don't have a map for you.
Nice.
I mean, we can go to the big map. I can mark it later. But we'll go over the various camps.
Barian will just contribute the various spots that he has recognized orcs is gathering as he's been stuck in Rohan after his compatriots were killed.
Aragorn says, outside his mouth, "Actually, I'm just here to please the fans, but don't tell anybody."
Yeah, it's fan service. Oh, hold on. I don't know if I boss flashed the fan service. Let's do it again.
I'm getting
I
paid
almost
for this
just used a
cameo.
Vigo. Yeah, I almost used a Vigo token, but I didn't. There were other really big nerds here that would recognize the name. I would have just used. But yeah, they will, through the course of dinner, explain to you that what they've managed to piece together is in High Stone, is what the orcs call it, high up in the mountains, is Gazer's lair, shall we say. They've also heard that he's called Gazer Three Deaths. Not sure why. That's a thing. But there are also various camps throughout, from which the raiding parties sally forth from. But it's difficult to scout in the mountains. In fact, the only person that's had much success, probably Thorngill. And they also mention Seba the Tanner, who is sitting all the way over on the far side because tanners smell real bad. But is also out a bit of a wanderer. If he were to have a PC class, he would be a wanderer.
So it looks like Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah. Hey, these are Crash Commodore tokens, actually, I believe. That I got through Scott.
Probably just is Pierce Brosnan run through.
It so probably is, yeah. Look, I had to take out the ones with people holding sandwiches. It was a whole thing.
So Wolfric has seen the reports about the orcs, right? You read all those?
Yeah,
And
you've heard about those.
He knows about what this place here is. Is he, and he's talked to people, military people about it, but is this place going to get wiped out if the orcs come here, or do they have any chance at all of holding out against them?
Ooh, They could, maybe. But as
We
you're
got
looking
Aragorn
around, you notice, yeah, but you don't know he's Aragorn.
He knows he's Aragorn.
As you look around, you notice that there aren't a lot of people of fighting age, and there aren't a lot of people, like, they don't have a lot of troops anymore. I mean, there obviously are more people than are just, like, these tokens.
I
But
was gonna say, on our way up to this building, did we see like more troops stationed
Yeah.
around?
enough, if it was just, like, piddly little raiding parties, they'd be fine. They're also very well positioned on, like, because they've got the ridge on one side, it's very hard, it's very defensible.
Mhm.
But as Barian experienced, the orcs are getting much more organized, much more tactical. And particularly if there was to be any sort of alliance with the Wolflings, the Dunlendings, there could be a problem. So maybe, I mean, the place is very defensible. If like you had a bunch of Aragorns and Saywins, yeah.
Are there like
Oh, I don't know where
outlying
that
farms
zone
and
was.
farmsteads that they could like call back in here to like barricade in here for now?
Yes, a lot of these people do live out kind of in like the surrounding areas, but yeah, they can call everyone in, and for the most part, they have.
Alright.
But you do get the general sense that when it's just 5 of you, and they're a little sad about that. That it's just 5. They need more people to fight.
I mean, Zaywin will say offhandedly that we're just the advanced scouting forces. The king will send more. It's
We have
just
a few weeks.
it's gonna
yeah.
take a while.
There's
for
at least a
people.
few weeks while Thingol musters the Rohirrim, and in that time, we need to gather
Information.
as much information as we can to ensure a swift and low-cost victory.
And with the powers of, like, cameo of future main character energy, Thorongil will point to the map into a certain area and say, then I would suggest scouting around here. This seems to be where most of the raids tend to be coming from for now. If you want to strike at the enemy, gain more intelligence.
How large are these parties that raid normally? Are they small and fast, or are they large enough to take on like a whole village?
Most have been single farmsteads, nods towards Osric and Willa. But the numbers are growing. And at that point, Kenrick will say, aye, which is why there is no harm should we send riders to Frekesburg and speak with Frana. The orcs are also plaguing them. He has the men. Brega looks like she wants to like punch that right out of his mouth, but she's not gonna.
I think men should always unite against the Shadow, but why not a 3-way alliance?
Brega folds her arms. Fine. You get them to the table. That right, prick?
What'd you call Craig?
Anna, the head of the Wolflings.
Okay.
If we were at the head there, how long would it take us?
It's less than a day's ride. For you guys.
That's a possibility.
And at this point, Herefara will just sigh and say, and then of course, Edwin wants to go straight for Highstone. And everyone at the table kind of groans.
Perhaps after Thingol arrives, but if it's up in the mountains, the mounts won't be of much use. I think we need to lure them out.
Then
We
start
could
like the
always
cycle.
try reversing their ambushes. We could, when they send out raiding parties, we could try to raid the raiders. Make them more cautious, make them want to send more out at once, and then when they do, crush them with the horsemen.
You now definitely have Brega's attention. She's here for it.
That's it. That's the whole plan, Brigga. Sorry.
Okay. She's like, well, all right. I mean, I could have. Okay. Right.
How would you
It's
tell where they were going to be next? Is my question.
I think we'd have to find their camps, and we'd have to post some scouts there, and then we'd have to relay a message as soon as a party left.
Or we can set something up that is tempting for them.
That's also possible. If we could learn how they decide on their targets, we could make something appealing to them.
That definitely could work.
I'm not sure if Single King sent us up here to actually ambush orcs and engage with them like that. The people he sent up here aren't like me. I'm not much of a warrior. I think he wanted us to just gather as much information as we can and just try and keep things calm here until he can get here.
If he just wanted gathering information, then I probably wouldn't be on this.
Well, we still need protection.
There was, I will clarify, there was some talk of blinding the enemy in the sense of taking out some of their forward lookout spots, like some of these smaller camps, maybe, if you think you could.
All right.
Because he also didn't know how many fighting people were left here.
We have to locate them first. These outposts.
What you say makes sense, but hopefully the people here, some of their warriors can come along and help us with this.
There are some here. Okay. There are some people here you could convince to come fight with you. They may or may not have common or stat blocks. They may or may not die, and that might be a bad idea. There are also some people who could possibly give you B team abilities if you've ever played a game with a B team.
Nice.
So there are some opportunities there. While this is going on, Ethelmere, I'm sending you some rumors that you're going to hear from the overexcited kids.
You just have to imagine them with no breaks or stops or breaths.
Yep. And if you want to share those with people or ask who those folks are, I can tell you. But that's all you're hearing. I figured it'd be easier to give it to you in text.
Rumor one, Santa Claus is actually Gandalf.
I will definitely ask who the Black Mare is. Is she
the Black- Jen, who's the Black Mare?
The Black Mare is a horse that was born on the night that your fearless leader's father died, and she's been cantankerous and grumpy and unrideable ever since. Some people think she's a bad omen, but some people will believe that if they got rid of her, there would be much more to pay.
Other people think it's fitting that Trumbull died, his daughter became the leader, and the same night an incredibly cantankerous mare was born. You know, just saying symbolism.
Hmm.
But no, you would have all seen her in her own little paddock when you brought your horses in. She does not have grooms in that pen. She has got food and water and shelter, but like none of the horses go near her, none of the people go near her, which is odd because she's very well kept. She's like got no twigs in her mane or her tail. Her shoes are very nice. Like she's a good kept horse, but you saw no people go near her.
Gotcha.
So that means at least someone does. Challenge accepted.
I just choked on soda.
Don't die. All right. And in those rumors, they do mention Hild, who I will point out to everyone. This is Hild, the most anime-looking protagonist girl. Thanks, Crash, for the token. Seems to be incredibly devoted to Edalyn. If Edalyn were to have a squire, it would be Hild. The Rohirrim don't necessarily do. I mean, they do, but they don't. It's a thing. But this is definitely this is her right hand. This is her girl Friday.
Oh, I was guessing daughter. Just when we first came in.
Kind of adopted.
So like a Elrond and Aragorn sort of situation.
Yes.
Is it possible to delve a little bit more into the rumor of front of Friggisburg means to take Stanshove by force? I would like
Yes.
to ascertain potentially any little bits of truth to that, because that's no bueno.
That is no bueno. Listening in, I mean, some of this is like you're gonna have to do a lot of looking around. I would say, it's not quite riddle or tradition. I feel like this is time for me to do my favorite thing, which is charisma investigation. If you want to ask around, or how do you want to get this information? Who are you asking? Because I realized like I'm asking the barbarian to do charisma things.
Yeah. Let's see. I think I would ask closer to these two.
Oh, okay. Yeah. If you want to go over there, yeah, I will introduce you. We have Kaelmer, who is
Oh, him. Okay.
head of the guard. What is there? And then Modwin, who is a Boyer, or sorry, Fletcher. They seem to be very trying to like subtly date without people
Mhm.
recognizing. He is getting some hilarious looks from these two twins down here. There's definitely a family resemblance. And if you want personality for Duda and Egglet, Fred and George. But yeah, you go down and talk to them.
Yes. And since this is Kilmer, I would probably also ask if there's anything else that has gone amiss besides his bow breaking.
As soon as that happens, Modwin starts laughing. When that is brought up.
Oh.
And you see Kaelmer give a little bit of stink eye to this gentleman, Leodwin, who is the Boyer in town, who may or may not also possibly have eyes on Modwin. There might be some awkward love triangle thing going on.
Okay, so that's kind of a non-issue then.
Look, not all the rumors are going to lead to something super cool, okay?
Amusing.
It's a
though.
small town. But it does get them talking. And Kaelmer will give you a bit more information with Frana. Nothing is for certain. But when travelers come through and they hear rumors that Frana does definitely have his eyes towards expanding his lands, and Stanshelf is within that expansion realm.
Okay.
So far, any emissaries that have been sent have not been received.
I would ask, like, is Stanshelf the only target, or is he potentially also looking at the Dunlendings area to take over?
Well, he will eventually potentially get that, because Druce, the head of the Dunlendings, is his father-in-law. He's married to Glennis, Princess of the Gazela. You don't need to write that down. And since he is the Wolflings are technically Dunlendings, they technically fall under it. And that's why that marriage alliance happened there. I will say Stanshelf is probably one of the last steadings around and areas around that is not under Frekasburg rule at this point. Most people have just kind of folded under Frana.
Okay.
But I mean, look at Edelyn and like her goth backup dancer. They're not yielding to some jerk.
Do either of these people think that Frana might be open to any type of negotiations?
That is, your guess is as good as theirs. And that's anybody you ask. Like, it's one of those. They think if you ride up under the banner of Rohan, he's not going to out and out attack you because he's not stupid.
Mm-hmm.
But anyone from Stanshelf is not getting in.
Gotcha. I'm good. You can go to someone else.
All right. Arendis, as you sit there, you do start to feel the eyes of a certain Thrithwin landing on you more and more. And more importantly, the eyes of Britta, and somebody will introduce her to you or mention the name of Britta Widow Watcher. She has a tendency, she tends to the grave mounds. And it's kind of weird and creepy and spooky. Kind of matches your vibe.
Grave mounds like a graveyard or
Burial mounds, yes. Also, at some point, Kutha did come up and try to show you some bug that they had collected, and they were very insistent about it.
Oh, sure. Let's see your pet bugs.
I'm not giving. I hate bugs. I'm not giving a description, but like this is just it is 100% the weird kid.
Yes. Probably.
And then she holds it up to you and says, "Do you hear them whisper? They know things. They're my friends."
Oh. Yeah, I can hear them. I have friends that speak to me in my dreams. Kind of like your friends.
Oh. Do your friends say that we're all gonna die? Because that's what the bugs say.
Oh,
Jesus.
mine are not so straightforward.
As you look around, this is a town that they collectively have PTSD. Like, just collectively.
No, that makes sense.
And yet they choose not to move.
I think it's just the image of the bug-eyed kid that's just, you're all gonna die kind of look.
Pretty much.
Yeah, then you hear, or coming up is Wilna. Just, actually, Jen, would you like to be Wilna Goat Mother? I feel like you would be a good Wilna. Come get your charge.
Bootha, dear, it's dinner time. We've talked about this. You can't have bugs at the dinner table. You have to finish what you're eating. Bugs after.
She has friends. She has dream friends like Bug Friend.
I'm sure she does, Kutha. Come on. We don't want to put anyone off their dinner, what little there is.
Kutha leans over to you, Aaron. Just, I'll be back. And we'll go with Wilna.
Wilna will shoo her in front of you, herself, and go, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's fine. And kids are supposed to have imaginary friends.
Kutha will.
Wilna,
Okay, sorry, God.
I think Wilna just kind of goes, of course. But like after a very long pause where she's like, "Ugh, I hope not.
Did Kutha lose her... Oh. Is her parents still around?
That's the sad part of our little hamlet. They aren't.
But Kutha will look back with her creepy eyes, saying, "It's okay. I have friends, and Wilna." You notice a lot of the other adults are kind of trying not to look at this creepy kid.
Yep, poor kid.
But looking at the time, I'm gonna give you guys kind of the summary of this dinner. You all feel like you have 3 options here. Well, technically 4 if you want to listen to Edelin and march up into the snowy mountains and attack the stronghold. I have a map for it. I'm just
Probably not.
saying.
I don't really want to do that.
I also have horse rules for that. I don't want to do that.
Nobody
Um,
wants that.
I mean, it's a one shot.
But-
Let's go balls to the
Yep.
wall here.
We've got, I believe, of the things people floated, we've got scouting the camps, we've got ambushing a raid, and we've got riding to Freckesburg.
I think we want to ambush and we got to scout him first, probably. I think that or riding the other place.
Yeah,
What is the other place again?
Freckesburg.
Yeah, let me take us over to the area map real quick, just so I can show you all the stuff, just so you all get an idea. I just didn't want to deprive you all of cute, creepy kids. All right, so we got Freckesburg here. I know you all like to be ducklings, but I'm gonna move you out of the way. All right. So you guys are here in Stand Shelf. We got Freckesburg. Likely, where these camps are, probably in, these general areas, kind of foothillsy situations. There are a couple of options. Nobody's quite. Whoop, that was a big line. Nobody's quite sure, but you're guessing High Stone is, probably a high stone, like here.
I don't think we bought mountain gear.
Yeah, I don't think you did. Almost like Edelin has a real bad idea, and part of the audience role is going to be talking her out of it.
Yeah.
Which
that's
pretty much everyone has
definitely
begged you to do.
That's definitely a full force kind of place. But I think the going and scouting the different smaller encampments is far more in line with what we seem to have been tasked with.
Yeah, once we know the encampments, then King Tendril can use it to get rid of them, or we could get rid of them in a future date. But we have to know where they're coming from.
but I would also recommend potentially going to Fredericksburg because Frana may not be likely to turn us away as we are not from Stanshall, so we could either get more information or potentially negotiate an allyship. Because more people against the orcs is always good.
How about we scout around a little bit out here, see if there's any groups that look like they're going to be attacking here anytime soon. And if it looks fairly clear, then we can take the time to go to Fredericksburg. I don't want to go to Fredericksburg and come back and find us all smoking.
That works for me. I like it.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm dragging the scene back over to the mead hall. You guys should be able to navigate to the player map on your own. It should be under your navigation,
Yes.
if you want to see it. Okay. But once you all figured out your plan, you can either in character present it to Edwin, or if you want to just tell me what the plan is. But you will need to do that final audience roll, which is once you tell me how you're going to convince her. Just a reminder. That final audience check.
Kind of in conjunction with this, Eowyn would ask, I know the people here are limited, but are there any volunteers to be additional sword arms that could aid us?
Yes, if you ask around. Brega will fight. This gentleman, who so far has been pretty quiet, who, because random name generators hate me, is Wolfick, not Wolfric. Ugh. But I got to attach the name. But, you could just call him anything you want. Wolfie is fine. Whatever. But he tends to guard the trails. With a cudgel, he likes to fight with a big stick. And when he hears Brega's volunteering to go, he's willing to go. Leodwin the Boyar, he would go, but he's got you need a Boyar, and he's got apprentices and stuff. He can't go. He's too pretty. Look at that face. Let's see, who else would go? The not Weasley twins absolutely would go. But you feel like you would have to babysit them.
Yeah, not happening.
Several more, Thorengil, Seba, a few of them will offer to help with scouting, but they're not necessarily going to be in combat, also known as Aragorn has plot armor. At the moment. I mean, you would have to make a specific check to convince him to fight with you all. Oh, I did forget. Eadbald the Smith will also. If look at that man, he's gonna throw down. And Edric wants to go, but he's also 13, so up to you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna deal with Mother's Wrath.
Yeah. There is of course his older brother Sigric who would go. He is of age. He would go. And of course, Kaelmer, who is kind of head of the guard, if you needed someone, but he'd prefer to stay back as head of the guard. And Harifara, who is, older, retired rider, would go. He does say that Todred, who they also call Todred the Mad, might go. He used to be a fighter and a rider, and he got kicked in the head by a horse. I'm just saying that.
That's where that mark at the top of his head is.
Yeah. He's not all the way there.
What about Goth backup dancer?
Goth backup dancer is going to do whatever Edelin does. Why do I see a measuring tool on a Grimfast?
What is Adeline's actual position? Why is she sitting at the head
She
of the
wants-
table
I mean, that's where she sits. This is her
She-
hall.
there? Is she the,
She's
is
like
her
the
hall?
chieftain of this area. Yeah, this is her hall.
Is she Rohirrim or is she something else?
She is technically Wolfling, but she takes the Rohirrim side of it rather than the Dundling. She sees herself as a shield maiden.
So do we have to convince the rest of the people here to not follow her or her plan to charge up the mountain and get killed?
You've got to convince her not to charge up the mountain and get everybody killed. That you've got a better plan. That Thengel is coming. You've got a plan.
Sit tight for a couple of weeks, and you'll maybe live for those couple of weeks.
Yeah, don't throw everyone's wives away.
If someone can say that a little bit more eloquently.
Yeah, someone who doesn't have a 0 in persuasion. Oh no, are we all?
You want me to do a
Charisma
presentation?
request?
Psh, I ain't got no charisma. Don't look over here. -1.
Actually, it's a tradition roll, right?
Yeah, this is whichever. It could be traditions, it could be persuasion. You guys kind of tell me how you're going to make your argument.
Okay.
As I do, it's kind of like with most of my skill challenges, it's called bullshit me.
So the first thing is, it sounds like we're all in agreement for scouting.
Yeah, I think scouting is probably the best starting route, and then if we find like information that can lead to us
Ambushing.
conducting a counter raid,
Mhm.
great. Otherwise, maybe just learning more information in general and then going to the other sort of stronghold and being like, hey, we've got this information. In a couple weeks, there's going to be an army. You want in on this?
Works for me.
All right, so Wolfric, you gonna go make the argument?
Yeah, he looks to here and he looks up at her, see if she like indicates it's okay for him to walk up.
Yeah,
there.
yeah, and she'll indicate there's a seat here if you want, like if you want to sit down and talk. She's not super high on ceremony. You do get a little bit of stink eye from Hild because you're approaching Mama Bear. So
He looks at her and he looks out at the rest of the people, and he says, "In a few weeks' time, Thengel King will be here as the host of the Rohirrim, and he'll take care of those orcs out there. And you'll be saved. Unless you listen to Edelyn and follow her plan and go up this mountain and assault the orcs in their stronghold. Because if you do that, Thengel King gets here, all he's going to find is ashes and bodies and dead livestock and broken dreams. So we who were sent here by Thengel King, and some of you perhaps that wish to help us, will go out and scout the location of the camps. And once we find those, we will harass them, keep them off balance until such a time Thengel gets here. And hopefully our constant attacks will keep them off balance enough where they can't get together enough to mount a real offensive against you. Or even orcs are known for not being super organized. Maybe our little attacks on them will cause dissent and they will break apart. The choice is yours, though. We can't stop you from going up that mountain. And he'll step down again.
okay. Now this is convincing her.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So you're going with what skill were you leaning for with that one? Persuasion, tradition.
I'm not sure exactly how tradition would work in this case, but persuasion.
Essentially, if you were making, like if you were making an appeal to various traditions and things, you could do it that way. You could also, I mean, I would, like, you were giving a speech, I would allow performance.
We'll go with performance.
Yeah.
Is it all performance?
Yep, roll performance. All right. Let me check a few things on my end. Mainly what the base DC is, so I can modify. All right. As you say this, Edelyn's jaw tightens as she listens, but she does not interrupt. She watches everybody else's eyes. She watches the reaction of the crowd. And then she turns and looks at you all and says, "You've got courage, I'll grant that. And if Thingol King trusts you, I'll not cast you out. You'll get some of my trust. My people will give what they can. Shelter, a meal, sharp-eyed guide. But don't ask for warriors. Not yet. Get me something. Time, truth, orc blood. And I might be moved. But you'll get no hindrance from me. And help in all ways. I mean, you will get help in all ways but ours."
That sounds fair, Edwin. Are you not going to go up the mountain then?
Not yet.
That is very wise of you. That's why these people made you their leader. That wisdom. It overcomes that desire within you to fulfill your pride by climbing that mountain and killing orcs. But your responsibility as a leader keeps you here to keep your people safe.
And there's a bit of like a throbbing vein in her forehead, but she knows you're right and she hates it.
I've ridden long. I would like to rest now.
Of course. You all do get several offers of places to stay. You can, of course, stay in the hall. You have gotten a few offers from other folks in town, people that you've gotten to know. Aethelmare. Geetha says y'all can hang out. I mean, there's a bunch of kids running around, and, you know, she doesn't have much, but she's got a warm hearth.
Hell yeah. I'll take
Arendis. Wilna will offer, because you didn't immediately treat Kuthos crazy. But Wilna is known as Wilda Goatmother. You'll be sleeping in a barn with the goats, if you want to take her up on it. And if not, Kenrick does offer, you can stay here in the hall.
I think you would probably end up staying in the hall. Kind of looking at, yeah.
Wolfwick will also stay in the hall.
Same.
All right, is everybody hauling it up at Aethelmare? Are you gonna go hang out with the kids?
Yeah.
Barian will
Geetha.
stay in the hall unless Brega offers.
Whoa.
Hmm.
Is there a smooth guy check for him?
Yeah. I feel like there is. I feel like give me a. I feel like Riddle is a good chat up. Roll me some Riddle.
Oh shit.
Oh shit!
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you know what? She looks you up and down. Says just a bed. For now.
Of course.
Oh,
You got a foot inside the door.
Maybe. But yeah, so you all in the evening. If there's any other chatting you'd like to do, there's a ton more rumors, a ton more things. But for time, let's get your mission done. Does anybody want to take a break before we move into this? Because we've kind of been talking off and on. I always forget I don't technically do like scheduled breaks. You can just break when you gotta go do something. So I figured I'd offer now if you guys want.
Maybe
I
5
feel like a
minutes.
5-minute break
Yeah.
would be alright.
Yeah, yes. Let's do 5-minute break.
All right.
Do I have break time in here? Maybe I do. Nah. Ah, yeah,
Ah,
it is. So yeah, if you leave, just hit leave.
Just gonna throw.
Yeah, and when we get back, y'all can kind of come up with your plans. Also, for those of you that are here, I'm very happy Remy. A very tired Remy, but a very happy Remy.
at least he's tired.
Or at least putting on a good show of it.
Was he running that Magic the Gathering event?
Oh, sorry, different Remy. My dog.
Oh, I
There's
see.
yeah.
Sorry.
Remy the dog.
Never
Remington.
mind. All right.
I'm really liking the like systemic changes in this compared to like 5th edition. Like with the actually having an overland travel system rather than saying, I don't know, maybe rolling this table a couple times. And like the formalizing of like this meeting, like I really like this.
Yeah, there's some really good things that AIM has done. I mean, it's definitely not a perfect system, but like what it does, I really enjoy.
Yeah, unfortunately, it does make for a slightly like because I wanted to give you guys like a taste of all the mechanics of it. So it's a little bit slower than like if it were a 5v1 shot, y'all would have been fighting orcs forever ago. But I kind of wanted to give a tour of the system.
Yeah, I like how when you do one shots for rule systems that we haven't played before, you try to give like a little brief of the full experience of that, rather than just be like, all right, here's the story, let's fight stuff. Like I like being able to get a feel for the system.
You present us with the sampler platter.
Yeah, I have changed a little bit. So I don't know if everybody's back. I think Jen's still out, but she knows what's up.
Oh, Shell's on mute. You kind of present us with
Oh,
the
yeah.
sampler platter of the system.
I've hesitated to run a Middle Earth campaign because I didn't see what you would do. If players would do is, like, a lot of players would just be there as tourists. Like, take us on a tour of all the Middle Earth stuff we saw in the movies. Or, we want to go save the world, but you have to tell some smaller story there. I'm not sure that people be into that so much. Apparently they are.
I'm sorry, I missed part of that last little bit. You're
It's
saying
that people, I wouldn't know what sort of adventures to create, what sort of things to do for people in Middle Earth, because it seemed like the big things override it, and that's all I don't know.
so the way they have it set it up is actually this takes place in between essentially The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, and there's on the lore master side they give you a list of like everything that happens and the smaller things that could happen. But I mean, this is orcs attacking a village. It's a problem. But yeah, like the Cubicle 7 did a lot of good stuff with setting guides. I have like a 40-page like Game Master doc that I've copied and pasted out the setting guides for this because it's in like 12 of them. It's not well organized that way. But yeah, you can do stuff. Hopefully, you guys are having fun with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many Middle Earth RPGs have there been?
This was, I think, the first. Then there's the One Ring, which uses a different dice system. Now it's not Cubicle 7 who
There
does it. Who
are
owns?
older ones.
Oh, there are older ones.
I think
Okay.
One
Yeah.
Ring was first.
Or is that first? Okay.
No, the One Ring was after this one that they made once they like got like better rights and stuff.
Pretty sure there used to be a Middle Earth role-playing game.
I mean,
That used lots of
Gygax.
charts.
Gygax got sued by Tolkien's family for calling things hobbits. So, like, I mean, D&D is kind of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, they took a lot of inspiration from Lord of the Rings. And then they had to change all their stuff. And then a lot of people took a lot of stuff from them.
Mhm.
And then they had to change their stuff. Time's a circle.
The snake
Yeah.
eating its own tails of Dungeons and TTRPGs.
Uh-huh.
Although I will be... Well, I guess we can hop on back. We're all back and everyone's ready.
Oh man, I saw there was
That's
like a
what I expected.
3X Wheel of Time source book guide, and I was like, oh man, I want that. But also, it's like $200 for a used one.
My goodness.
Jeez.
Yeah, the first edition of Middle Earth role-playing was published in '84.
Okay, yeah.
I used to play in that system like a few years after.
Yeah, I think that was the one I was thinking of when I said one of them was first.
I had all these tables where if you roll a crit, depending on what kind of weapon you had, what sort of armor you were hitting, and stuff like that, you had to roll on it and see what happened. It's crazy.
right. If we're all back, are we ready to be back, Lex?
Yep.
Just
Good to
just
go.
tell me when we're good.
Good to go.
Are we live? We good? All
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. So, during the breaks, we were chatting a little bit about the various mechanical changes. For this scouting event, there is going to be another mechanical difference. This one is not necessarily attributed to aim. I just, in order to give you guys the smorgasbord of aim activities, I couldn't have a whole bunch of combat encounters. And since I'm mainly running Pathfinder, hang on, let me clear chat while I'm here. I'm stealing from their infiltration rules and skill challenges, because honestly, a lot of aim is skill challenges. Because if you think about Lord of the Rings, how often do they actually fight things? Not a lot. Which makes the whole using 5e a weird choice, but I didn't pick it. So, the way this is going to work. You have managed to impress the people of Stand Shelf. So you will get some help from guides. You will be told the general directions that are on the map. And you will get to make your approach. Face various obstacles. Try not to alert the orcs and see what information you can gather. That is going to be the general plan.
Sounds good.
Is there anything you all would like to do, say, talk about, skills to go over, questions like that before we move into that?
Got nothing.
I have been conditioned. I am a fighter, so my skills are limited.
You
I just want that disclaimer out
gotta
there
be
right
creative. You gotta be creative. Your time will come. And I will take us to the player map. So, you've got various places where you can go scout. You've got some people that said that they would help. I'll pull them out. Who all would you like? Would you ask for volunteers to help scouting? Would you want to go on your own? How would you like to go about this?
The scouting, I think it's probably stick with our own people.
I don't know, that one guy from the north, he said he'd scouted a bit.
But I think it would be a good idea to rely on some of the locals because they're far more knowledgeable about this area than we are.
That's true. That one guy from the north, he did look like some sort of ranger or something. No?
I don't know, if we're in the White Mountains though, this counts as my my known terrain.
It does. The way AIM breaks up the terrain, the entire mountain range is a type of terrain. So even though you haven't been up this far, I'm dropping down here the various folk. You got Wolfeat, Woolly Feet. That's what I'm gonna call him. Who does guard some of the trails? You've got Seba the Tanner. Is that he could help with that sort of thing, like on the tracking end of it. Then of course there's this guy. I don't know what he knows.
Nothing probably.
And then
Scruffy.
following behind Aethelmare is this kid. I assume you probably want to send him home.
Oh, he is going home. He is not coming.
You see a whole bunch of like
Animal
negative
handling
signs.
for children in this system.
No, but I would like to add it.
I think there's some
I think we homebrew
some
that.
possibility of putting a Rohirrim kid and another Gondor kid, wasn't it? A Rohirrim kid. Was it Gondor? Yeah, it was Gondor where they put that one kid full chainmail.
No, yeah, Helm's Deep.
yeah,
that was
Yeah.
Rohan, yeah.
Yep. And Hild, you do kind of have her interest. You also think so that she just might be spying for Edelin. Not spying per se, but keep an eye on things. So you got those four if you want any possible boons that may come with having them on your, shall we say, boon team.
Hey, I see what you did there.
Nice.
I mean, this
Well, I'm
guy
gonna try and
seems
shut up.
useless, so
Yeah, what's usually
Shut up for a while and let people actually have skills right here. figure out what we're gonna do next. I feel like sometimes I try things too much, so you guys do stuff.
All right. So the
I
basic
say
premise
these
of this
three
is
are
going to be
fine.
okay. Well, there are 4 down there. Are
Yeah,
we
no.
kicking Thorngill out?
He's
No
I feel like
Thorngill?
he looks useless. I don't know.
Okay. All right. He's weird. I mean, to be
Yeah,
fair,
he's
this
just a
is like the
weirdo.
beginning of his adventures. I mean, honestly, he's probably just like the most socially awkward, like weirdo in the corner because dude was raised by elves.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
this is when Elrond sends him out to people. Like he's crazy Viggo Mortensen weird horse girl, but with no social skills. So this is probably when he's learning it. So yeah, he's probably real weird.
Yeah,
Um,
sword too.
No, he's not carrying that one around yet. I don't
Oh,
think.
okay.
Maybe he was. I don't. It depends if you go with book or whatever. Okay, focus. Focus.
That rabbit hole is about to get opened up.
The rabbit hole. Can you tell my Adderall has worn off? All right. So there are going to be a couple of phases to this. The first one is going to be essentially the approach. Which is going to be, can you locate and get to the map? You do have boons from your team. You do know the general area. You will come across challenges that you all have to either overcome individually or as a group. If you fail those, that raises the awareness of the orcs around. If you succeed, you get closer on your goal. Once you get to the camp, I will take us over to a map. And you all get to choose how many rounds, loose rounds, you stay in camp to gather more information, scout from nearby, but each of those rounds that passes, the awareness goes up. Does that make sense? I can also reiterate
Yep.
this as we go.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
Like I said, this I'm ripping from Pathfinder 2. But we can start. Let's just start on this map. I don't have a whole bunch of fancy maps because there were a lot of choices for you guys to make here. But drawing upon your boon team, you will be able to start making your way. I'm gonna say, for the sake of this, I know I dropped like several, but we're gonna go here. This one right here. This is the spot. This camp. I'll get rid of like some other dots. No, that's gonna cause. There we go. So right here, I can't ping because I'm on the drawing tool. Right here, we're going here. It's not that far. Like it's like definitely within like a day's ride. And you will be able to take the horses up at least a certain amount of the way into the mountains. You do know that some of the orcs have been mounted on wargs. That is a thing. So it's not like there aren't trails here. But they will be able to get you all close. Are you relying on the locals to be your main guide? So they will be rolling the survival to see how long it takes for you to get there. Or would you guys like to take the lead?
Does my known territory apply to this?
Yes.
Okay.
Weirdly,
I will
it
do that
does.
one then. This is just a survival.
Yes, this is survival.
All right, this will be an advantage then.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
God damn, Nathan. You've been
Yeah,
going
you didn't
hot
even need.
today.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got some spicy dice. All right, you guys get there no problem. In fact, you have a feeling like if Braga hears about this, I'm just saying. Like, Era who? Like, you're the Master Ranger here. What are you talking about? So you all are able to get there. You get up into the mountains. You're doing great. As you draw closer, you start just getting the weird spooky ooky feelings. And we are getting a little bit higher up into the mountains. Jen, how are the horses doing?
There's some. If it's higher up into the mountains, there's some checking need to be happening. Because there's a lot of rocks, and so there is like a couple of riding checks, and if they go badly, there's going to be some shoes and some hooves. Or some rocks and some hooves, not some shoes and some hooves. Jesus.
Hey, you know,
Don't
shit,
have
whatever.
Adderall, but something's fair enough.
We've all hit that point. All right. So yeah, so you all are dealing with the obstacle of the difficult terrain, shall we say? Do the orcs have a war girl helping them? Potentially. So if y'all want to make your riding checks, you might want to check your horses though, because some of them might have. I don't remember what all horses you all got, what abilities, because some of them I do know have sure footing.
Would this
But,
be considered a riding check?
This would be a riding check. So typically animal handling for this, but if you wanted to do something else with it, you can. If you have born to ride, obviously you roll you're born to ride or born in the saddle.
Yeah. Which
What do you
is
consider
off. Sorry, go ahead.
What do you consider stoic in the situation? Hot damn, Varian.
There should be another feature.
Damn.
Yeah, Barian is just on fire.
He's in his element. This
Yeah.
was the game for Nathan.
So your stoic ability is strong. So that's gonna be like your damage bonus to the charge.
Gotcha.
And you have difficulty with dexterity skills, so you might want to, make sure that we don't end up on some loose rocks and stuff.
Gotcha.
All right. You're fine.
So this is unfortunate. Saywin has borne the saddle, but Duskwing has get off my back. So I guess I'm just rolling straight.
Correct.
Yep.
Awesome.
But hey, at least you don't have a disadvantage on each of them. So yeah, let me look at the. Oh, okay, the 20 was the one you rolled first.
Nice.
Very, very nice rolls.
When we approach this area where there's like rocks and stuff in the way, and everybody's got to be careful with their horses, Wolfric like leans forward and pats Goldmane, tells her how pretty she is and how she's the best horse here, and this won't cause her any problems at all. She's a mare of the Rohirrim, and no little rocks are gonna bother her. Oh, motherfucker!
Oh,
Or mayhaps they are.
Sorry.
Well,
sorry, people.
I guess here's the question,
That
Jen.
was such a-
Is telling the proud mare that she is a horse of the Rohirrim and nothing will bother her, is that enough to give advantage?
Yeah, that was so sweet.
I think you broke Jen.
That's what it takes.
You found the
For
weakness.
the horse master? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I made you cry. Also, sorry for cussing on stream.
Yeah.
I'm not even watching.
Oh, please.
Oh, and
We're
I mean,
PG-13
I said PG-13, but I think I've already broken the F-bomb rules. It's okay. My
Alright.
parents are just watching. Hi, Mom. I'm not joking. They kind of were. But yeah, how do you think with all those, Jen? You think we did okay? I sent you a potential
I
DC. for
think
this.
so.
I think Aaron
Not
just.
bad.
Everybody else is like in the 20s, I believe. Do we get everybody else? Am I missing someone?
Yeah, no. With the advantage, because he was being like, he said the right words to the proud horse.
If I don't have advantage, I can use my hero point, whatever it is. Can I use that to reroll?
Your inspiration.
Well, you do
Yeah.
have the inspiration, yeah. You could, but I'm that moved me, so I'm saying you get advantage.
Yeah.
Especially since his horse has the proud tag.
Proud, right.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's huge.
Yeah. So,
Yeah. Everybody made
Uh,
it. It's fine.
Saywin
Oh,
and
Mom's still
Duskwing are
watching.
just like, I feel slander in the wind.
side note, my mom just stuck her head in and was like, I'm still watching. She got up from the computer to come say this to me. Okay. It's Mom. I just feel like a teenager again. It's great. Yeah. The one thing would be the 13 up for Arendis. I don't know how that horsey's. Who do you have? Who's your horsey? Stormgate.
Stormgate.
The Swift
Stormgate.
horse.
Yeah, don't got anything that's sure-footing or anything, so.
I mean,
I think everybody else did so well. I don't know. Up to you.
yeah. The thing is that matches the DC. That's fine.
All right. Cool.
But like, maybe later down the road, like if it gets worse, or it might, bad stuff might happen faster. It's one of those things.
The horse remembers. Stormgate
Yeah.
will remember this. All right.
Makes sense. I mean, she's not a train rider, so.
But guess what? You all managed to do that well. You do not raise any awareness, and you get closer to your goal. You travel forward, and you come upon a bit of a valley. I'm bad at describing like mountain terrain. That's like this kind of mountain terrain, but I would, say like a bit of a holler in my area. And there's a cleft that yawns where the winds seem to gather with almost a howl that is almost sorrowful. The air seems to grow cold, and you all feel unsettled. It's almost as if there's a voice whispering at you. Maybe an echo of long-lost grief, trick of the enemy, memories of a dream. It's calling at you, soft and insistent. And everybody needs. Give me a wisdom saving throw. As your Officer Pathfinder, it's like as your will is tested. These are the scenes where the heroes go through some ooky spooky stuff.
Is this like a blighted sort of thing, like to avoid corruption?
It's not a save to avoid corruption. This is, are you affected by it? If you're affected by it, then we go into that.
This is like, is this corruption, or is this just like a spooky feeling?
This is a spooky feeling.
Okay, because I am
You got-
immune
if-
to
if-
frightened.
Okay.
So I don't know
Nice.
if that
This
plays.
is I will note that. But this is more of an unsettled.
Okay.
It's not a fear effect. It's a, if we're in a different franchise, it would be, I've got a bad feeling about this.
Just smell
Oh,
upon the
shit.
air.
That was not a saving throw, but I'm not proficient in it, so it's still the same thing.
All right.
14.
So, Aethelmare, you're feeling unsettled. Why? What ooky feeling you got?
It could be the lack of animals.
Yeah, true. Things are pretty silent up around here.
Yeah. Not even any birds. I don't like that.
Arendis, you're doing great. Everything's spooky around you. Wolfric, you're feeling a little unsettled. What's up with that?
I think it's probably Wolfric for the first time. He wanted to come out here and be a Rohirrim, a real Rohirrim, but now he's out here in these mountains and there's orcs nearby. He kind of wishes he was back in the court because he could die out here. He could die really
Yeah.
quick. He doesn't like that idea. So he's a bit unsettled about that.
Yeah, Barian, does this Be Your Known Land help you with anything in this? Because,
if it was corruption, it would. But
but no, it's the ooky.
I mean, I think I technically get like a +2 maybe. But so this Barian is like PTSD flashback because like this terrain is very like almost exactly the same as the terrain that all of his men got killed in.
All right, yeah, you got bad vibes on that one. And Seowyn, it's close, but you steal yourself.
How close would you say I was to making that?
Oh no, you did make it.
Right. But like, how close was
It
that?
says
Okay, I guess
13.
how close? Okay, oh, it's 13. Okay.
Mhm.
So I was just a little bit over.
Yeah,
So it looks like
this
I do.
wasn't a.
Yeah, because it looks like I do have a helm that does give me a plus. Or that's a thing. Oh, never mind. Okay, never mind.
It's in. It's factored in. Yeah, I built that in. Yes, you have the horse-tailed helm, which was given to you for acts of valor.
Yeah, that's the thing that's
It's
giving me
because
the
it's so
immunity
pretty
to
and
frighten.
fancy. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Barian. Because you're having your full flashback. You are gonna have to give me a corruption save, which
Okay.
you said you
I
do,
do have
you
advantage
have
on this.
advantage. Okay. Oh, wait, I self-roll. I think I self-rolled that to myself. Hang on. There it is.
Not great.
Not great. Not great. Yeah, you sir, you're gonna need to take 2 points of shadow.
Hey, that gets me back up where I started.
Yep. You also make a bit of a commotion in your freak out. I don't know what that looks like for you, but you feel like somewhere awareness points have been raised.
I feel like it's like shooting and like it's like seeing something in a shadow and like shooting an arrow way off after it.
Fair
and
enough.
then which results in like a splintering of the arrow and leaving behind evidence that we were here that could be found.
Yeah, but you all managed to power through, but definitely shaken.
You all right there, old man?
Old man.
Look like an old man. So I
With the
highlight the
look,
gray
Let's
hairs.
have little
I
gray
prefer-
whiskey.
I prefer grizzled veteran, thank you.
well, with the look you just gave, it looks like you aged a number of years. So yeah, old man. You good?
When we were ambushed, my unit and I, it was in an area just like this. It took me back, and not in a good way.
Well, try to keep your wits about you. Try not to get too hung up on it. And Saywin's just gonna kind of keep an eye on him as we keep moving.
All right. Okay, you all keep going forward. You feel like the absolute smashing survival rolls to get you here. The kickoff was a good thing. I'm just saying. But you go through. But as you get a little bit farther into the mountains, you all kind of get used to the spooky ooky feelings. But it seems like mist is rolling in. Maybe just clouds, because it is, you're getting up a little bit in elevation. And soon the company is blanketed in this mist. And the path ahead is fading into gray nothingness. It seems like silence is pressing around you. You've got to be able to make your way out of it. So this as a group, how are you going to get your way through this? And I will also ask if any of the horses are freaking out.
Yeah, it's about time for another
Okay.
riding check, and about here is maybe where you want to leave them. Too much higher into the mountains, and they'll definitely hurt themselves.
And I will say, meta, your horses will be fine. Nothing bad happens to horses. Maybe Hild stays back. Maybe you brought some of your best team to watch the horses.
Do we have to make ride checks or animal handling checks now? Or?
Definitely some handling checks, maybe not specifically ride checks, because of the fog coming in.
I think it fall under the rule. So the riding check is anything related to horses, like capital R
Yeah.
riding check.
Gotcha.
But yeah, like basically the calm thy horse.
Oh no. Horse?
A nicely done Wolfring.
Wolfric, you are bonded to that mare. She loves you.
And
Oh,
4
for
of
sure.
them over 20.
Overachievers.
Yeah.
I'm struggling
There
over
it
here.
is.
I look up. You guys are all gone.
Yeah, hey Arendis, how do you feel about dexterity saving throw? Because your horse is about to fucking throw you.
Oh no. It's not my greatest, but I can make it.
I believe in you. I will allow you to gracefully dismount, which means you don't purposely get off the horse, but you don't fall on your ass either.
Emergency dismount.
Yes, yes.
You meant to do that.
Yes. Unsteady footing, of course.
Yep. But your horse refuses to move from the spot where you lost control and is just a little bit grumpy. And, yeah.
Yeah, time to
Just-
leave the horses.
Is it
Oh,
possible
no.
to kind of turn around and help Aaron just kind of calm down, calm their horse?
Yeah. It just, I mean, it adds you a little. You feel like that has more time in enemy territory. But yeah, you
Yeah.
can. You might hear.
Stormgate's spooked.
I guess to borrow from Blades in the Dark, you might hear like a wedge click on an awareness tracker. But like you also get, horse points. So there you go.
Well, it's getting thicker. Maybe we should leave the horses and proceed on foot. We wouldn't want to stumble into a camp. We can't even see where we're going.
Are they trained, like, where we drop the rein, they'll stay there, or do we have to tie them up somewhere?
Overall, I will say, because like I said, you got townsfolk there, you can leave them. But Jen, if you want to narrate that, how that would work, I actually don't know.
A lot of war horses and also trail horses will stay in the general area of which they are left, mostly because they're kind of pack animals, and if you leave them all in like a herd, they'll be like, oh, we'll take care of ourselves. The only real reason they would move is if there's water somewhere, food somewhere, or big scary predators. But they will have food and water and no predators, so they'll be where you left.
Yeah, then we probably should park them here.
Park your horses.
Yep. Put on the parking brake.
Pop the clutch.
It's like one of those little bike things. I think I saw that on a western somewhere.
Kick out the little stand.
Yeah.
On foot, then.
On foot.
Taking the lead, does that matter? Or are we still doing
Yep.
sort of
Yeah.
more generic?
This is a little bit more generic, although here in a moment I will be dragging you all over to a map. You do have a moment of a bit of an opportunity. where if somebody would like to, you choose as a group to get through this mist. Actually, oh, wait, no, we gotta do the. No, hang on. Yep. Somebody give me either survival or perception. You all can figure out who wants to do it.
Got a +5 to both.
You do not want me rolling.
Oh, we got +2 to both.
Now we got a +4 to perception.
+2, +5.
All right. Do you have any sort of anything from your known lands, Barian?
Advantage on wisdom saving throws, advantage on stealth. If there's a peril rating related to this, it goes down by 2.
Yeah.
But that's it.
That's it. Okay. All right.
This is a personal test. It is easier as well by 2. But
Yeah. So that's for, I believe, like for the specifically like the journey phases.
Yeah,
We're now
yeah.
in the adventuring phase. All right. Noted. But you all are able to get here. And I'm gonna, okay, like I said, I'm gonna pull you onto a map, and you're not gonna be exactly where you're shown. The map's only so big. But I will give you the description, and then you all can tell me how you would proceed. Hang on, I'm missing somebody. Who am I missing? Arendis. All right. As you approach the war camp, you, like I said, you were not this close.
Can you smell them? I can smell them.
Yeah. So what you see, you should all be able to see like this high ridge up above the palisades here.
Correct.
And there is, you kind of have the choice. You can try to approach this way up where the palisade is, or you can kind of go around and try to make your way up from up here. To be able to look down in the camp. You all have done well enough, and with your various boon teams, you were able to have the choice.
I think going around and
To look down upon
and
them.
up and look down is good.
Yeah, I vote for that.
Okay.
Who has a range option? If it comes to that.
Archery is my thing.
Okay. As long as somebody has bows. Okay.
Well,
It is an option for sure on my sheet. It's not a great option, but it's an option.
Okay, at least you have the option.
I think Wolfric's longsword is ceremonial. He's got a -1 strength. He tried to
Okay,
get
I'll
out
stop
of action.
Actually, they kind of in this system made longswords rapiers, so
Okay.
Your broadswords is a rapier. Yeah, you have the broadswords are finesse. It's a they made weird choices, but you got it. All right, I'm gonna drag you all up on the top of the hill. Hopefully, I've gotten this all right. You're gonna fly over. Bad with elevation, but you guys are up here. You wouldn't necessarily be able to see everything that you do, but you know what? Orcs are loud. They're smelly. I just threw Ethelmar off the map. I'm sorry. There you are. But we've got people clustered around everywhere, doing their thing. Moving around. See what you see. I'm sure there are certain ones that just look like they might be more important than others. I don't know what would give you that impression. But I'm going to read to you a description. And then I'll probably break it down and tell you what I'm hinting at. But from your vantage point, you look down on the war camp. Crude ring of sharpened stakes and scavenged timbers press hard against the shadowed cliff face. The scent of burning meat and wet hide rises on the wind, mingling with the smoke of a central fire, where hunched figures pass a shared meal beneath the open sky. A natural overhang shelters what seems to be crude quarters hacked from the stone, ledges piled with crates, barrels, rusted gear. On the highest tier, 2 orcish shields hang near an overturned log and several makeshift targets, their surfaces scarred with fresh gashes. A brutal figure, Tustin Loud, strikes at the target with savage glee, even as underlings scatter from his wrath. At the base of the cliffs, a small lean-to of hides and cloth shelters a knot of... I don't know how you hear about the Whispering Orcs. You don't have an elf with elf ears, but you know what? I'll give it to you. You know. There's a group of people talking there, seemingly passing things back and forth between them. Let me double check.
Yeah, our full
And south of the camp-
was a little too elf heavy, so we're like, oh
Yeah,
yeah.
wait, I got so used to elves, you can see everything. Yeah. South of the camp, or south in the camp, a crude pen of lash logs holds some snarling wargs. A gaunt figure kneels beside one, whispering into its ear. I don't have the wargs on here because, honestly, it was getting really big. But there are some wargs down there. Essentially, you've got some places you can go if you want to try to listen in, if you want to try to sneak, if you want to try to do that, you can. You might even be able to, if you're stealthy enough, you know, steal some intel. Maybe we'll drag a warg out here so you know where the wargs are.
Arian is
Come here,
pretty
Wargy.
stealthy. Do we know what's in these barrels?
Yeah, probably supplies. I mean, probably. You're not sure. I mean, that's something that you could check out.
5e wizard would be really nice now.
I know, right?
Wizard.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the wargs over here. It's Bold Wolf.
That's a lot of orc talking for people who are in fireball range.
A lot of works indeed. Try not to alert them.
All right, so I'm not necessarily going to worry about movement. I know we're on a grid because if this does turn to combat, we're going to want it. But this is essentially the scene in the movie where the party is kind of circling the perimeter, possibly trying to slip in through the defenses, trying to get things. And this is the high game of convince me on how you want to do it. Rule of cool can apply on what you'd like to do, what you'd like to know. If you want suggestions, I've got suggestions. But this is your plan, team.
I'm curious to know what's inside those barrels.
Yeah, I'd like to try to sneak up to the closest barrel to us. Because if it's something like orc grog, then that could be useful.
All right. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna say you could do that. All right, before I get into this, what it essentially is, everyone's gonna get like an action, like quote unquote per round, and each quote unquote round, you know, higher chance of you guys getting caught. So we've got somebody looking at the barrels.
You have to sneak up there for that.
Probably that could be stealthing, or if you want to kind of look from where you're at to see if you can get a better clue, something perception-wise.
Yeah, stealth
I
is my
kinda-
best skill. I've got a
Okay.
7.
All right, you wanna sneak in there. All right, hold off on that because like I want to get everybody. It's kind of like because we're all doing this at once, in a way, you know. So we've got one for the sneaking. Anybody else interested in looking things? There is, of course, like the more official looking. Oh, I just realized. Let me give some of these people names here. Oh, do I not have? Oh, that's why. You do see. There we go. This wonderful creature, and because everybody has name tags, you know his name is Hookback Ironmaw, because name tags. Does seem to be the guy in charge here. And there is, wherever he is on here, kind of a command area. I'm gonna say it's kind of tucked up here. The description doesn't exactly match because, you know, I took creative liberties. Also, I lied. The wolf's over here. This is where the wolf pit is. So yeah, you could listen in there. You could scout supplies, but we got barrels.
I'll try perception to listen in.
All right. Any particular information you going for? Who you want to listen to?
Trying to listen in to this main guy. See if they talk about anything about like what their next plans are going to be. Like if they're going to be raiding any particular areas or anything like that.
Let's see. Aaron's would, I guess, maybe peek over and is there any maybe look for distinguishing marks or identifying marks that like would identify these orcs in particular over other groups? Trying to swing a lore or
You get that'd be
shadow
some
lore.
shadow lore. I will also tell you if you notice if you're listening. For the most part, the orcs don't tend to speak in the black speech. However, if there is any black speech here, I'm going to reveal your secret to the group. In character, they don't necessarily know it, but just to make sure you know, you do speak it and you can read it.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Suspicious.
for Christopher, it's the Borellial special.
Gotcha.
That was my scholar. So yes, you would definitely you've got the knowledge on that, and I believe you have advantage on shadow lore, if I'm correct.
Yes.
So yeah,
I do.
so we can do that shadow lore. Now, if some of you don't feel like you're good at necessarily gathering the information, you could also try like aiding your party members by doing some sort of a distraction somewhere else, trying to like keep watch for patrols, watching people's back. Like I said, make some stuff up.
I would like to watch my friends' back with perception.
All right, I'm hearing a lot of perceptions.
Unfortunately, we all have sight balls.
Yep. All right,
You all have
and
what now?
Sight balls.
Sight balls. That's what I thought. Just checking.
I was just gonna let that one go. I was like, I don't know what's happening here. All right, Wolfric, what are you doing?
He gave Warden's gift to whoever that was that's sneaking forward
Okay.
to help him out. And beyond that, he's gonna, after he does that, he's gonna move away from where they are now, like around, and try to get a different vantage point so you can see, like everybody looking in this direction. He'll try and get over here and maybe look over here somewhere, see if anyone's sneaking up this way. Or not even sneaking, it's
Okay.
like some orcs going over here to get some carrots or whatever. I don't know what orcs do.
Yeah. I mean, they prefer meat being on the menu, but I'll put you over there, kind of looking, and like Ethelmare, let's say, because you also want to watch people's back. We'll just kind of give you guys the flanks.
An orc over
This
here
is again-
picking carrots. He's going to be like, oh, meat's back on the menu, huh? I guess.
Huh?
not.
Yeah. No.
Carrots again. Always carrots.
All right. Who is our forward sneaker?
Sounds like Barian.
Me.
Yep. All right, Baron. You do have that warden's gift if you want to use it.
Does this still count? Does my known land stuff still apply to this? I don't know
Let
when
me
that
double-
does and
I
doesn't
don't-
apply.
Let me double check. No one does. That is the answer. When it comes to known lands. Oh, nope, you do have... No, you just do.
All right, I have advantage then, so that's 24.
Yep, that's 24. All right, yeah, no, you sneak up, and you were going for the barrels? Or like that's what you wanted to look at?
Yeah. Well, I wanted to. So there's one
Yeah.
all the way back here.
Oh, there is. Okay, yeah, I'll let you move yourself. There you go.
Yeah. I just wanted to sort of see if I can figure out what's in there. And if it's like grog or something, it might be flammable, and we might be able to like roll this barrel onto the other barrels if we decide we wanted to do something like that.
It is not. As you get closer, it's not orc made at all. In fact, it looks like
Wolfling?
I'm gonna say like the lid is a little cracked open, and you see what looks to be cloaks with maybe some heraldry on it, little sigils that I don't know, maybe could be Wolfling make.
Oh shit.
But I will say you do also get the sense that there are some grog barrels down there, and if you did like eat a whole bunch of fire, you probably could get a good explosion going.
I do like that.
I want to take one of the cloaks, or it's more specifically a piece of it that has the insignia on it.
Okay. Yep, you can do that. All right, so now so for this round, you are stealthing around. You are not seen. No, like you could just walk up to an orc and like poke them, and they would notice you. They're kind of dumb.
Oh, must have been the wind.
Yeah. All right, who wants to go next?
Go next, I guess.
Well, I'm just watching over here, so I guess I can do
Yeah.
that.
If you want to give me that perception.
Then may I as well?
Yeah, both of you can give me the perception. All right, Wolfric, you are just stuck on this carrot man. He's just not having a good day. Ethelmar,
Yes.
you have an opportunity.
I like those.
Yes. You're able to kind of see troop movement of there's some scouts around. You know, they scout the perimeter of their camp as they do. And you do realize that you are going to be able to essentially keep an eye on it and make sure, at least as you guys leave, that you won't be running into troops. And none of the people scouting around on the outside are going to get jumped while you're around.
Awesome. I like this.
So the awareness ding of watching Carrot Man is canceled out. All right, Seowyn. I see you moving.
Trying to listen in on their conversation if I can.
You want to listen to Boss Man? All right, give me that perception.
Perception. Son of a bitch.
You can't hear them over Wolfring mumbling about carrots.
Yeah. I will allow, because they've now in 5e done the inspiration where you kind of use like a hero point and reroll retroactively. I will allow it because this is 5e based if you wanted to.
I was just talking to my wife if I missed something. Oh.
Yeah, I'll use it.
All right.
Don't sound so old. I don't know what word I was trying to say. It's too late. I'm tired.
Even better.
Yep.
Never-
No, it's just
never
it's
trust
just
rerolls.
It's just carrots.
I agree
It's
with
just
that.
carrots. All right.
Never trust rerolls.
All right.
I don't know. Some of my
You can't quite
rerolls
understand it.
name.
All right. Do I recognize any of them?
Give me that shadow lore. Yeah.
Goddamn.
Just
All right.
dice.
What's their
So-
passport number? Their social security
Yeah,
number?
yeah.
their tax, their
Let me
latest
take a
tax
floor.
report.
By that birthmark,
All right.
I know they were born.
Yes. So you're able to pick up, I think, on what Saywin doesn't understand, because there must be speaking in some version of Black speech or like Orc speech that most people don't know. But you do hear an argument between Ugbak Ironmaw and where are you, buddy? Did I forget to make your name always
This
visible?
one?
I did. Hang on. So we got Gorkle Wordtaker, and then we got Crumoldeer. We got the kind of the bosses are all arguing.
There's two Grokle words.
They're twins. No. Trust me, you don't want that. But anyway, there's a bit of an argument there. In that Ugbak is tired of waiting. It seems like Gazer is waiting for something. There are arguments that... Okay. Sorry, let me start over again, because I was not expecting you to roll up. Okay. Essentially, Gazer's plan is to get the Wolflings and Stanshell fighting each other, and then come down and wipe out everybody. Something about a false flag attack, essentially. You're able to pick that up.
That explains the barrel.
Yeah. Of the
Okay.
heraldry.
Yeah, you're able to recognize that that Gorkle, best name, seems to be the biggest loyalist to Gazer, and is like, we must follow his plan. This is kind of it's his Wolfric, honestly. Like, this is his herald, but isn't the war leader. Ugbak disagrees, feels like they should just ride down now. They've got enough strength. Stanshell is pathetic. They can just wipe it out. They're arguing about that. Crumb Old Ear over here is just kind of angry and like, will you stop arguing? I'm tired of your shit.
Does he have one ear that looks noticeably older than the other? Or...
Yes.
This one was just always moisturized.
It's like ew, gross.
One ear is just wrinkly and ashy. The other is moisturized. I don't know how
Alright,
the
so,
fuck you have an ashy
Every
ear.
time, Christopher. Every time.
He got his ear cut off in a battle, and so like he just cut the ear off of an older orc and grafted it on.
That's rough.
Are they on equal footing, or does Ubok seem to be winning more so the argument than the other? Because if one's winning,
That one, you're
Might
gonna have
influence our
to. That's a
decision.
riddle. That's a riddle check. Because you got to kind of read the subtext.
Sure, we can do a riddle.
Hard to tell. Now you all can wait, because this was like the one round. You feel like there is a little bit of a ding of awareness here with the carrot debacle, since both of you were distracted, but two of you were distracted by it. But you can wait another round to see if you can glean more information. Of course, risking more awareness. The choice is yours, team.
I feel like it may be worth it for one more round.
Yeah, I think one more.
Yeah, at least one more. We have the evidence of the wolfling cloaks, so
Yeah, we know where they're at now, so
yeah. So, one more round, Sam.
All right, one more round. All right, y'all can tell me what you all want to do. We can kind of keep the same positions. You can also look around more. I mean, there's Bold Wolf, just like vibing over here, looking all sweet. It says wolf. It's a warg. It's a wolf stat block though, but it's a warg.
Is there anything that looks like it could be used as... Oh wait, hold on. Do I have a torch?
You all should. You guys have explorers packs. You have torches
Yep,
on you.
I
So
have
if I
torch.
didn't drag them on there, my bad. But yeah, you do. If you guys want to fire in the hole, you certainly can.
I'll get ready to fire in the hole.
Now, I will say, if there's any other like intelligence, paperwork, gathered stuff down there, if you manage to set the orc grog on fire,
That'll ruin the evidence. Yes, I'm
Yeah.
quite well aware of ruining evidence
Okay.
in games. Not of my
I was just
doing,
throwing
but
that
I'm
one out
just
there.
aware.
you also feel like that would probably that would kick us into initiative.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Now that we know they're kind of arguing, piecing it together, not really sure. Is there, looking at their equipment here, can we glean how long they've been set up here?
I would
They've been
kinda
here
give this to you-
months, or
give this to you for free. This is probably a bit more of a permanent camp. I would say this has probably been a few months. And that they are gearing up for an attack. This is probably where the raiding parties have been coming from. At least some of them. I will say, especially with Sneaky McSneaky Pants and your knowledge, even though technically you can't converse with each other, I'll allow it. Orcs infight a lot. If you could think of something to do that could get them all fighting, they might just kill each other.
I going for that Curathungal solution.
It's always an option.
That would be really nice.
So I will throw this out there for you guys. A suggestion for something that you could do to gain a bit of an opportunity is to sow embers of discontent. Either by sneaking through, trying to mess things up, make it look like people have been messing with each other's stuff. I mean, some of you might be able to attempt to sound like orcs and like insult people. You can mess with them. That is a possibility. But I mean, high risk, high reward on that one.
yeah, that'd definitely be high risk.
I do have some intimidation.
Not the intimidating type of gal. Well, since we know it's guaranteed this camp, even if we pull back, would like to mark like the location on the map, that way we know how to get there.
Yeah, you guys do have that. You have enough at this point. You've racked up enough like investigation points or infiltration points. You know where it is now. But yeah, we'll go through another round, see what else you hear, see if you can suss out the situation a bit more. Who wants to kick us off?
Wolfric will come up here, or all these other people are that can see the bosses.
Okay.
He's gonna watch them for a while and try and get some insight. That's one thing he doesn't know about is politics and how leaders.
Oh
think.
yeah.
So he's gonna try an insight roll with watching them. It's possible.
All right, you do. You get some insight. You think for right now.
Why does is this the boss?
This one right here, Ukbak, is the boss. In name, and you think he's the one that's getting tired of sitting around, and you do think that push comes to shove, he could take Gorkle out.
Why does
and he's
Gorkle not want to go yet?
Because Gazer says to wait. those were the official words from in Highstone. Gazer is planning something larger. Again, trying to get everyone in the West Marches to just kill each other off.
Well, Gazer's not here. He's not one that works on it. Right?
Gazer's not here. The High Boss
Okay.
is not here. No.
Gotcha.
And also, you are able to, because you're looking around a bit more, or you're here a bit longer. You notice talk of like more troops amassing. I think it'd be fair to say, obviously, Barian was attacked by orcs. Other places in the White Mountains that Gazer might be recruiting even more people to come in, which is part of the wait.
If we wanted to try some sort of false flag attack of our own, maybe you could grab some orc arrows while you're down there.
Yeah, I was eyeing this crossbow on the map.
Mm-hmm. It's there. If y'all wanted to attempt to do that, sow some discord, you certainly can.
Yes, please. I love the idea.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can go for it.
Does there appear to be one that's like minding the wargs?
Yes, there
Specifically?
is a warg minder. Probably like one of the trackers, like one of the smaller little dudes. He's over here. Heavy. So he's over here with the wargs.
And wargs are normally pretty rowdy, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I just put one down to like represent them. There's a somebody roll me a d6, please. All right, we got it. Barian got in first with a 3. They're 3 wargs. They're kind of rowdy. I mean, you could probably like, they could wreck some house if they got angry.
I would really like to set them all off against each other, but I don't know if we know quite enough yet to know a good way to do that.
Well, you could spend your time this round figuring that out if you want.
I'm not the best at figuring. If I can do it through observation with like a perception check, to sort of look around to see if there's any 2 orcs in general that seem to be sort of quarreling.
That's more of an insight situation. Perception would be more like, did they leave like a warg pin unlatched or something? This is insight would be more.
Okay, no, I'm good with looking for the pin and stuff like that, or if there is something that's close enough and shoddy enough to where if I was to go and like shoot it with the orc crossbow, that it would let the wargs out or something like that.
Okay, you're looking for the warg chaos button.
Yes.
All right, give me that perception for warg chaos button.
This is not edited.
Not correct. Yeah, you feel like you got that warden's gift, and you feel like you might want to use that.
Yes. Is that just a D what?
D8. And add it to what you rolled.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
All right. Yeah, you are able to see that whoever latched those pins together, they did not do a good job. They're not lashed together. You actually think that if the wargs really wanted to, they could just bust out of there. You just got to give them a reason to.
If one of you has an arrow, orc arrow can shoot it.
Yeah, I
Right.
feel like
Go
maybe
back.
sneaking over to this crossbow and just like shooting the warg that's in the back with it to sort of set it off.
Do I have any chance
Yeah.
of doing a performance check to make myself sound like an orc?
Yes, you can.
Out? We could shoot something with an orc arrow, and I would shout out, sounding like an orc. Look back, is a traitor, or something along those lines. You know what I mean?
Oh, nice.
That's good.
All right, hold off on that. Let's get everybody else, because that's gonna really kick it off. Of the people who have left to go, or is somebody gonna push the warg button, or what's everybody else doing?
Idea for another button. Nabbing one of the archers that are probably milling around, and like basically using them as a set on fire, push over the cliff, barrels go boom.
Yeah, you could probably grab one. I will. That will be athletics, because I mean they're not like, I mean you're a barbarian. They're orcs. You could grapple them,
Have a
drag
thanks
off
for that.
in. You can go for bashful here.
Yeah.
All right. Now, obviously, you know, if you don't make this grapple, you're gonna have a hard time.
That's what usually happens.
Can I give him a gift too?
Yeah, if you wanted to have given her, I'll allow it for this kind of the skill challenge. If you wanted to give him out, I believe you have 4.
Yeah, keep in mind you have
You can't keep it
inspiration
up.
also.
Yeah.
So maybe roll with advantage.
Yeah. So, would you like me to roll that?
All right, hang on, because like I said before, because that could start initiative. Let's see, Arendis, have you done something this round?
I'm not, but I'm
Round
mostly
2.
just keeping
Okay.
watch.
All right. You
Keep
still
an eye
want
out.
to keep watch or hang out to that? All right.
I'm okay if they rowdy things up.
Okay. Aethelmare and Wolfric, who wants to go first on your chaos buttons?
He's gonna hit the org button. Is that right?
If you wanted to do that with the and yelling about being a traitor, I will let you do the performance check to count for this, because we're being a little abstract.
Right, but the other thing I was gonna do that one, and he was gonna do something to the warg. Is that right?
You figured out you can get the wargs riled up. Someone has to do it, but then again, Arendis doesn't do anything right now. Arendis, if you want to try to hit the warg button at the same time, or you could all wait and essentially set this up, nab the person you're going to set on fire, and
Let's go
then
do that.
with the third round, chaos will happen.
Sure, we can take another round.
Yeah. Maybe setting
All
up
right.
for it and then
Okay, then I'm just gonna need Ethelmare, if you want to go ahead and grab your dude. So give me an athletics.
I am going to use my inspiration to roll this
Yeah.
advantage.
You do make it. I mean, they're not beefy orcs. You now have a bashful orc. You know, the movie like Snatch and Grab.
Nice.
All right, you all feel like though that like it's now or never, with like the awareness clock ticking.
all right, I wanna
Now time to hit
make
on the
the
buttons.
shot for the warg.
All right. Just you use a bow shot for that.
Hell,
Yeah. Were you by any chance letting that arrow on fire?
yeah.
Okay. All right. You have succeeded in angering the wargs. They're pissed. So that is step 1 in the chaos. Who wants to go step 2 for chaos?
Is that me?
I feel like it's you or
Yeah.
Ethelmare. Yeah.
What was Ethelmere gonna do?
Set this orc on fire and push them over into the barrels of alcohol.
Why don't you do that first?
I would like.
I am going to
do
warn
that.
you, Chris. I think you might know what this counts as, but this is a misdeed, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So 1 shadow.
No. Let's see what happens first.
Okay.
I will allow. This is just be another athletics, because I'm free forming this. I'm letting you do it, because honestly, I think it's a good idea. Like I said, rule of cool. All right. And that is 5 points of shadow, sir. You lit someone on fire and threw them off a cliff. That kind of falls under torment, torture, and murder on the misdeed scale.
What is an orc? No, I get it.
Okay, I mean, it is an orc, a 4. You could talk me down to 4. What would Aragorn think? It's a good thing you decided he was useless and left him at home. All right. I don't think I have my fun fire effects in here. But, let me just turn this dude upside... Nope. Turn him upside down. And you just yeet him. Everybody has their attention now. It is your moment, Wolfric.
How do you do the inspiration?
This
Okay.
just tell me you're using it.
Give me
Get
advantage. All right, I'll use
Yep.
mine for performance.
Yep.
Or shout. Back to the name again.
Ukbak.
Ukbak Ironmaw is a traitor. He must be stopped. And performance. It's 25.
Sir. Alright. With all this already, with the points, they are going to tear each other apart. Do you guys want to participate, or you want to back up and just see what's left?
Yeah, I want to mop up after
We'll
they're
see
done.
what's left.
Okay, so you're gonna retreat for a little bit.
Yes.
Back off.
Alright.
Move
Alright,
whenever
I'm
you-
gonna take us back to the player map of Rohan, so I can figure out the aftermath. And actually, what I'm gonna do, is let the cat out onto the porch because she's screaming at me. And see, and nobody is in DirtCon Voice 3, so actually, if I can trust you all to behave, I'm gonna ask my co-GM to slip in with me to DirtCon Chat 3 for a moment.
Roger.
Did it. We beat the whole game. Never needed to shoot.
There's still that fortress up in the mountains, unfortunately.
Yes. I don't think we're getting to that in 20 minutes.
Yeah, nah.
All right, team. You ready to see the insanity? What do you all do as you're waiting this out? By the way.
Listening for the screams to die down.
Yeah.
Getting in
Oh,
my
and-
pipe.
Yeah. Also, somebody looks down at you, very interested in your choice of heroics.
Take out a whetstone and start sharpening my longsword.
Reasonable, reasonable.
Wolverine going to want to watch these somewhere behind the rock. When he's got his bow out and he's preparing it, stringing it and stuff.
All right, fair. All right. After a little bit of time, it starts to die out. There's still a decent amount of combatants, but you feel like the slaughter has happened. And you're able to peek back at it. So I'm gonna take us back to the camp, and kind of tell you what you see as you sneak up.
That's a big
Ukbak
boy.
has, yeah, there's a big boy tucked up under there. Most of the mooks are probably in the process of trying to run. The wargs are honestly just eating. You feel like they weren't getting fed enough. They're just nomming. We got Ugbak here. He won the fight. It might be a Pyrrhic victory, though. The archers have gone somewhere. But if you want to, we can roll into initiative, and there are a couple of archers. If you want, we can roll in and mop them up. We got 20 minutes, so probably not. I don't know if we feel like staying late. I don't necessarily want to stay late forever.
But
But I also feel weird to do. Yeah, it feels weird to me to do a 5v1 shot, and we didn't roll into initiative once. I feel like I'm like cheating you guys.
I mean,
We had all these horse mechanics. I feel like I
weakened.
cheated you
can't
all.
really launch an attack with that number.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. No, you have 100% achieved your goal for the king.
I think we've won, guys. I think we don't fight.
Yeah.
I just feel bad that like we didn't fight.
No, we played Metal Gear
I
Solid.
feel like
Highly successful. And plus we do have that evidence of them of the cloaks. So like
If we wanted, the last thing we could do is we could grab like an orc arrow, go the longbow long range, and try to shoot and hit all of the alcohol.
I mean,
Well,
you've already said it. Like half this camp is on fire at this point. I just
Okay.
didn't want the fire effects. You have wrecked house.
Hell yeah.
Can one of you that are kind of sneaky grab an orc head for me?
All right.
Orc
I
head.
don't
Gonna
know if any of us
inspire
are
me?
sneaky. I think that's part of the problem.
Oh, I've got a +7.
Oh, okay. You can go get an orc head, I guess.
And advantage all the time, forever. Oh yeah, a 3 and a 1. All right,
It's
Oh, you
because
died.
called
You might
it
roll that-
out.
and my extra D8. All right, it's still a 15.
Oh, with all the pandemonium, yeah, you're good. It's not a high-ranking orc head. It's a low-ranking mook.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, you got an orc head.
I just want to show it to the people in that town.
Yeah, proof of the carnage. All right, I like it. In the interest of time, we'll not have any sort of issues on the way back.
I put away my sword.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Safely back to our horses.
Yep, just get safely back to the horses.
Yep.
I'm sure they're not exactly thrilled with you guys walking up. Although you're not really super bloody or anything with this because you didn't really get into a big battle. So they're probably cool. Is there anything you would like to do on the road back, or are we just going back to the mead hall?
Come up for a story. How we killed them all. Left just a few survivors.
I mean, if you wanted to like sit around and wait even longer, you might like wait till eventually like it dies down and there's just like one you could take as a captive, maybe. But like, That does run the
Oh.
risk of like other patrols finding you.
I'm okay if us just having a good story.
Alright, I'm just taking us back to the Mead Hall map, just so we're sitting on that.
Yeah.
But yeah, you all are welcome to present this to the people of Stanshuff how you like. I mean, feel free to talk about it first. Like I said, you're not necessarily here.
We found the outpost that they were attacking from, and through clever diversion, half of their forces are no longer there, and should have no issue having enough time until King Therodrin gets here.
Thangle.
Yeah, Thangle. Did we tell them about the supposed alliance, though?
Well, from the information you gleaned, it's debated: is it an alliance? Is it a false flag? Is it? Because Gazer just wants them them all fighting each other.
I feel like that's useful.
I would hesitate to do it in front of everyone. I think it would be best to tell Edelin that privately, if possible.
I guess we could word it as, they had stolen human gear and be on the lookout for them, like, using it. But they probably won't have a organized assault anytime soon.
Yeah, I would say based on y'all's experience and like the Boon team members you have, you have bought this area at least a week, if not more. And that's assuming there are a bunch of orcs higher up in the mountains that could come down. But chances are you've bought them time for the troops to arrive.
That's good.
But yeah, you all can return victorious. I will say they look very surprised to see you all coming back in and looking pretty unhurt.
I mean, I guess we're here probably, another 2 or 3 weeks until the rest of the army shows up, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Now, I mean, you can send word back. It is, I mean, theoretically, it's only like a 2 days ride back to Edoras. Either you or like a messenger. Someone kind of needs to report back to Thangle the situation.
One of our great
Yeah.
Ghost Riders.
Yeah. But there are also messengers of the mark, so you wouldn't necessarily have to go all the way. But anyway, we get back to the Mead Hall. And you are heroes. Ethelmar, you were never getting rid of Edric. You were the coolest person ever.
I guess I live here now.
Yeah, this is your life now.
You can give that kid
I mean,
his work to play with.
Geetha's looking at you like, I mean, I could remarry.
I prefer being an older brother. Not a father.
Gotta get a shrug of like, you're lost, man. What else?
she's looking at you like I can make a husband out of him.
Damn.
It's hard to find good men who are nice to children. Jesus.
Yeah.
Turn the warrior into a house
warrior. Yeah, domesticate the barbarian. All right. Speaking of house husbands, as you all come in and tell your tale, Barian, you do see Braga eyeing you. She wants details of the fight later.
Absolutely.
In private.
Of the fight.
Yeah. But you all are all heralded as heroes. I think there's some skepticism at first. The orc head and all the stuff definitely helps, but there is a sigh of relief among the party.
Wolfberg would have held the orc head up in here and say, see it in, Thingus King?
Thengel King.
Thengel King keeps his word and protects all of you. I'll drop the orc head there. The orcs will not bother you for a while. Who will stay here to make sure they never come down again until the host arrives. And go sit down. That's more than enough
There are
adventure,
cheers. Yeah, you're like, no, I'm done.
10 out of 10.
I feel like that is a good spot to kind of wrap up the scene, y'all. That was kind of epic send off from Ulfric there. Is that our closing shot?
Like it.
Sounds like that's our closing shot.
All right, thank you all so much. Just like the official cap on it, we can still talk. We technically got 9 minutes.
As our 12 helicopters fly up from the settlement. all with
Yeah,
the
we get
camera
all the
shots.
long shots. But now we have to have the 12 endings of like, you think the movie's over, but it's not.
I mean,
They're all
I had
interspersed
one of
with-
them.
Oh, what's one of the false endings?
One of the false endings is, well, you spend a lot of time here for the next 3 weeks, and over the time, I'm sure a few of you are up late, and you see the leader, Edwin, is the one who takes care of the big black mare.
Yes.
Mystery revealed. And that the horse doesn't let her ride, but is cordial enough. And that you have a feeling that she took a long time to get that way.
Oh, mystery solved.
Are there any other little moments with the characters then in our ending montage?
While we're waiting for the host to arrive, Barian spends time with the leadership table here, specifically with Brega, but that leads him to becoming closer with Aragorn in disguise, and I think he attaches himself to Aragorn's retinue of Dunedain.
Nice. Now at this point, it's like Aragorn, Thorngil and a few guys, and based on the timeline, you'll probably be the one to sort of introduce him to Thengel. So when he rides with the Rohirrim.
The next night, after he's had time to sleep and rest and get over the shakes that he has, Wolfberg will come out here and over by where the kids are and ask if they want to hear the story of what happened up there. And I'm assuming they do.
Oh, absolutely.
And he'll basically tell them the story enhanced, make everybody sound cooler, and with his professional bardic skills. And that's it. That's all I want to say.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's a great story. I think like some of the adults are like, you could have left out the throwing the guy on fire and the thing, but like, okay, kids are here for it.
Chaos.
Anybody else got a little character tag on the end? You don't have to.
No, not really.
All right. Because I was going to do my going once, going twice.
Yeah, I think just waiting for the
yeah.
host to appear so we can. I think Seon was wanting to get their blade to cutting, but I think this is
Yeah, sorry about that.
This is probably a better way to at least handle this specific situation. So
I mean,
there'll
you might
always
have gotten
be a
lucky.
next time.
There might have been a few like smaller scouting raids come down in in the intervening weeks. You might have gotten a chance. But yeah, I'm gonna say roll credits on this. Thank you all very much. I'm sorry we never rolled into initiative in 5 hours.
I think I'm good with that.
It's all good.
This is a lot of aim. Is despite using an engine that is built for combat, not a lot of combat. and creative problem solving. So
Yeah.
my usual questions, comments, concerns. We can also, I mean, technically there's 5 minutes left, so I'll run the stream for that. Reminder to people, if you do want to donate, there are links in chat, I believe, to charity. That is what we are doing. We want to do good here. Don't be an Elfamere. Don't get misdeeds. Do your part. Tolkien's watching. And I do want to say thank you all for playing. This is my first time running AIM in Foundry. I'm glad it all worked. Definitely learned some stuff. Tomorrow, schedule. We have, for the last day of DirtCon, we have at 10 a.m. Old Gods of Appalachia, run by Scarlet. Which I'm hoping to at least watch part of, as I'm currently sitting in Appalachia. Then we've got at 11, a panel presentation by Crash Gym on Sword World TTRPGs. Then, if my voice is still holding at noon, I'm going to do Anatomy of a One-Shot, where I break this down, and if you want to hear the stuff you could have done but didn't choose, like the ambush, we can talk about that if you'd like.
I will be appearing if I am awake and talk about how
Yes.
much I'm so glad you guys didn't roll bad for the Fen.
Yeah, we can talk about what you all missed. There is also, I believe it's, what time is... I'm trying to find the... Lex, I don't know if you have it
Looks like it's
on hand.
I pulled it up. Looks like
Okay.
Transformers with
Yeah, is that 1?
Cadenex, that's at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, here we go. I was trying to get it to drag it into here.
Uh-huh. I'm not sure who's going to
And
be
then-
streaming that. I imagine Crash is in it, so I think Crash may stream it.
Maybe. Yeah,
I
I
know.
haven't heard. And then there is the usual, I believe, Kingmaker at 8 p.m.
Yep.
That Crash will be doing, and that usual schedule. But that will be wrapping it up. Also, if people ever want to hang out, there are Jackbox games, so I can hop in chat. But yeah, this was fun. And looking at the time, I also say for people watching, thanks for hanging out with us.
Thanks for running it, Sam.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
welcome.
thanks for
Thank
running.
you Sam, very much.
Everybody involved in doing this in my hand, thanks a lot.
Oh, yeah, of
It
course,
was
Well,
a
man.
lot of work.
It was a pleasure, dude. This was great. But just like I said, for stream purposes, we're gonna say goodnight, but we can hang out.
I gotta hang up too. Good night, everybody.
Night.
Yep.
Night.
Thanks for running. Thanks everyone for tuning in. Catch you next time.